and welcome.
Hey there, everyone. Hey there, Rosamir. Nice seeing you around. Sorry I'm late, everyone. IRL needed me to drive to places early in the morning, so I did all that, and then I had a brunch because I could. Sorry about that. So today's plan is nice and simple. We're gonna keep on going until I can get my satisfaction. At least, hopefully, we can find the situation to be satisfactory. So, let's see. Oh, isn't on yet? Nope. We gotta wait for the game to actually start, so I can then switch over here on the OBS, game capture, and change it over to the correct one. I do a quick little pop-up. There we go. Excellent. And continue. So last time we just got into phase 5, right? I think so. And we just unlocked it. So remember, kids, take your meds. Changing caffeine. We had fun times with the Oh, we'll look into that at some point. And then we made batteries, and now we can build these things. And they can make time crystals out of diamonds. Diamonds are made in the Wum Wum spin machine. They can turn Sam and ingots into fixed site. I think Ethereum is what we're gonna be using to make our fixed site. Seems the smart way to go. We can turn ores into gas. And yeah. We need 250 fixed site trigons. Trigons are bygones. Let's see. We make 10 per minute, 40 per minute, and 240 iron ingots. We don't really. So a normal one. Was there like a pure sulfur one not too far away? Because this one is already up, right? So we could connect into this a system for now. Let's not mess with that one. We have the pure SAM here. We also have water and other things. So we'll see how much of the SAM sort of production we can do on site. What is the sort of ratio of things we need? The Northwall sulfur node here will be turned into a drone station, because that way we can do leached iron ingots, which I do believe we have unlocked. No, got pure ones only, not the leached ones. Oh, even close to the leached ones. We have 2 machines. But we can, nay, will, those are loud ones, aren't they? Sweet Jesus. That's a lot of loud. Okay, you have enough to make a couple of those. This way, you'll build up more stuff. Meaning we can do that. There's the 16, 12. That'll be fine. Once that one is completely done, we'll just remove it. Then we'll have one single machine running all of this. This one is actually building up an excess. Here.
Deep 0 XHIHI.
Hey there, Buffalopicus. Hope you're doing well. Nice seeing you around, friendo. Okay, this slug skin spinner keeps spinning. A nice, gentle, spinny swingy. This one was fun. So I wonder if we can make. So these guys are clipping into each other, so I think we'd want more of this sort of close but not clipping. But that's then kind of thing. Right now, this guy's doing his best. Hey there, Sam, 15 stream streak. Why, thank you. Glad you like it here. Nice seeing you around, friendo. And sorry I'm late, everyone. Yes, life got in the way. As it does. Now, do we have... There. Far from the best, but it'll hopefully stand the test. Ah, still, body's still returning. That would explain it. There we go. And there we go. And a new scan was completed. Leached copper ingots. Oh, we do look at the leached iron, because I think this one has the biggest... Yeah, 2 to 1, so it doubles. And what I do we need it though. Because we can do the pure ones, which means we just need water. We have a whole bunch of iron nodes already anyway, and we got Mark III miners. The idea was to then have those be turned into the fixed side. But we do have the leech to Deuterium 2986, so that is the best ratio, I think. 3 to 1, 9 to 6. That's a 50%. That's 1/3. That's 50%. That is 2/3. Yeah. And has the highest throughput. So we're going to do leech Deuterium ingots for the production of the things. The stuff. Now you take 54 ore per minute to turn into the ingots of the gringotts. And in doing so, also need 30 units of sulfuric acid per minute. Our current little Deuterium production thing is right there on the beach. Yeah. So, and sulfuric acid is produced 50 to 50, so we'll need 30 a minute at least of sulfur. Water we can get as much as we can pump out. So we can, ooh yeah, we can make it like water-based, a bit like an oil rig where we have the water pumps below, sulfur production above. Of course, if we want to save on pumps, we don't. Either way. Yeah, we can make that work. And then we can just try to max out that one pure Deuterium node around here. Yeah, but you need that peak efficiency unlocked. You know, then we don't need it now. Now, yeah. See, this is a problem. You see, I've been playing now freaking Pal World, where F is the interaction button, not E. I did, had the same problem in the other direction. Mildly annoying. Well, we have one coal node we're not doing anything with, and we're gonna need all those freaking time crystals. So if we look at the recipes here for the... No... There we go. The time... The time crystal. Now the time crystal requires and desires diamonds. 12 to 6. Oh yeah, so 50%. In the magic converter, eating a lot of power. That's A-okay. Now diamonds themselves are made in a particle accelerator. Alternate pink diamonds, petroleum diamonds. Turning petroleum coke. Fair enough. Oil-based diamonds. So the converter could do coal and quartz into diamonds. I wonder if that's like a good deal because it uses the converter rather than the particle accelerator. The particle accelerator being extremely power hungry. Look at the basic one. We can use 600 coal per minute into 30 diamonds per minute. I do believe we have one untapped pure coal node, meaning we can feed it continuously. And 30 of those a minute would be 2.5 time crystals. So 6, 12, 15 time crystals per minute used in things. Cool. Let's make one of those. And it's over in that general direction. I'll steal all these plates for now and just... Wait, quick question. Did I ever upgrade you? I didn't. There you go. You can go through 60 ore a minute, you're producing 120. Okay, do your best. There we go. Oh, nice. Nice. Almost got all the plates. Scan hard drive. Take some of these. While I enjoy some more sweet, delicious caffeine. Okay, so that'll have us... Because if we get that to work, then our... like I said, then time crystals will be made, for a bit. No need to worry about those. And eventually we'll have more than enough for the requirements of peak efficiency. And that's the smaller thing we need to make. Next would be the fixed site ingots, because we need those for about all the highest tier freaking conveyor belts and things. That'll be fine. And the Trigon's used for probably some kind of base part things. That way then the Caterium current smeltery, which is ultimately inefficient, will become even more. Well, no, I mean it's but I'm being underutilized is what I mean. Then we'll have drone stuff happening. The current drone is only exporting. We could change that so it'd be importing and exporting, so that way it would also then deliver batteries from that one if you feed into other drone ports. Yeah. Let me just make a whole bunch of these. There aren't any other uses for them except, well, but we need them for the mining. But, eventually you use them all. Mind all you need. Alright, coffee's gone. For once, I finished my coffee before it got cold. I consider this an absolute win. Here we go. Our current power system absolutely can handle all of that, yes. Though part of me is still thinking of making that high rise of these generators. Oh, wait, whoa. I need more biomass.
Stop shrimping, streamer man. Drink, drink, drink.
Hey there, Crash Hall. I'm mortified, but it is true. You actually caught me.
Hello there.
Shrimping. There you go. That'll double the output of that thing. There. Have a few extra. There you go. Now they will all slowly but surely be fed. So this little power battery will at least keep on working. I hope you're doing well, Crash a Hole. Lost your chicken. There we go. Thank you for the hydrate. A bit early, perhaps. Nah, it's almost noon. Perfect time for your little sippy sip. Keeps you going. Hunting down more sloops would be fun. But they're gonna... Oh, wait. It's true? Because now... we need those time sphere things for the alien power matrix. We haven't unlocked the tech for those yet, though. These guys are being spewed out as fast as they can. $0 for plastic drop-off. That's right. It no longer exists. Fart. Oh, 200 and it's still 32 Celsius in here. Holy shit. I have to wheel out the stupid air conditioner before the sun rises. Ugh. I don't want to have to mess with that awful thing. I know, right? It's lugging those things around is annoying. Now, once it's set up, then it's lovely. But setting it up is just... 100% agree, my friend. And 32 Celsius sounds awful. We are thankfully having a cool time again. And I hope we don't end up with freaking 32. The hypertube makes travel faster. There, all those trucks are stopped. I need to go figure out what the heck. Well, eventually. None of them are feeding anything truly vital. Oh, right. Cool. That's what we're here for. And he has all the dulcet harmonies of a jet on takeoff. And quadruples my electricity bill. Yeah.
Have you played Dwarf Fortress, by the way?
I have. Thank you for that sub, my friend. Oh, thank you, Musam. I appreciate it. Thank you for the subscription. It is thanks to the support of lovely people like you that I can keep on doing this and try to keep on delivering all this horrible content that I do. I hope you like it. And Dwarf Fortress, I have actually, yeah. It's a fun game. I just haven't played it now in ages, but I really should. But that's one of the big problems of the world, isn't it? Sorry. Too many games, not enough time. Your output is at 480. We need 600. There. Now that one will feed into 1 part particle accelerator, which we will place we'll place somewhere here, I think. Especially after the dino update, it'll be fun. Now, I'm not like a proper long-term Dwarf Fortress player. I've just enjoyed it a few times. Not like, you know, Crash Mac or Depot 20, Willem, you know, not to mention, you know, Blind or, you know, Has Design, all the other cool folks. Nope. I'm just your normal, everyday, casual dwarf enjoyer. We can do it that way. But I think no. This way we'll have sort of better flow on things. See, now that is going from the center to center. We'll turn you around so the output goes here, goes in there, and the output goes from out from here, heading off into something. All right, yes. Then the magic converter machines. The newest technology brought to you by the magic the horrors of yesteryear. There we go. What the frick? Ah, that's what the frick. And you go. one of these, an output of 600. Not 60, 600. So at 600, you will feed into this thing, making 600 per minute, turning coal into diamonds. Yes. And this produces 30 diamonds per minute. And they will be then sent to get a wall going, say from here with angles going up. Maybe meeting this thing, we'll see. I gave in and decided to try Pal World. I think the lack of complete automation might turn me off, but I'm not going to worry about it until it happens. My goal, finish the game with pals that only consume one food. Yeah. I mean, they can be pretty good there as well. Plus also, because depending on how you just set up your own specs, you can be your own main damage dealer. I quite enjoy the game. Yeah, it's not a proper automation game. There's not full automation and so on. But I'm having, a fun time with it. Neat game. But it's a matter of taste. Not everyone has to enjoy it. But I hope you have a fun time with the Buffalopagus. Alright, let's see here. We could have these just in a row. And time crystals, you do from 12 to 6. Goes up to 400. Every time a pal kills something I'm trying to trap, I hear your voice. Damn it, Steve! I appreciate that. Glad to have such an effect. Be able to affect someone's life that way. God damn it, Steve! Not again. Magic cube. Alright. So 2 of these. I think it'll be easier if we just do 2. Like. Because either that, or actually no, be easy. I was wrong. Give me that. Nice head, gimme. There we go. Music is on.
Sun off. 10 happy dance.
Are you right about setting speed to half? Yeah, I mean, so far I've been enjoying it. I've been like even considering it at this point because now to build more of the more demanding things, I need to go hunt down more materials. So I might bring it down to like 0.4, 0.3 at some point. The modifier. There we go. Look at the architecture. And go through 4. So 12 is split, 12 is 24, and we want... There you go, 6 per minute. So now they'll evenly consume all of it. They also look neat when they work. Okay, all the other machines are like so large, they got so many things happening. I kind of like how the whole like compact sci-fi, there's something like mysterious happening inside these machines. But at the same time, I remember this when 1.0 came out, now that I'm looking at it.
Hello, mates. Laughing face.
Hey there, Ugla. Hope you're doing well. Nice seeing you around, friend. Hope you're doing okay. They've got the like light effects and the super sci-fi vibes, but they feel almost a little lesser than the previous machines. The previous machines were so complex and cool and all these things happening, but these were a little disappointing. I get what they're going for though, so it is cool, but it's just, you know, magic dice. Cool machine, haven't seen this one yet. Yeah, it's in phase 5. For manufacturing, for you, where you just convert the converter. You can make time crystals, and you also use make the fixite ingots, which you convert from other materials using the SAM, strange alien matter, either from iron, cateria, or aluminum. And then you can turn like limestone into iron or sulfur into iron ore, so you can convert materials into others. You can make your own nitrogen gas from bauxite or deuterium ores, bauxite into uranium. So it allows for sort of balancing out of the resources you have access to at the cost of SAM. But it is also the main machine used to then make Fixite, which is the sort of similar to Alclad. It is the base building material for the tier 5, phase 5 stuff, and the final tier in belts and so on. Spoiler alert. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you just said you haven't seen it yet, and I was like, oh yeah, this is how it all happens. Sorry. I'm so used to people coming in here and asking about stuff, so I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, here's a question. I'll explain what's happening. The sound and effect engineering of the best machines are so good that they make the lesser machines feel flat, which is a bit unfair. Now the good next to great feels meh. It's very true. Yeah. But I do like the fact, though, that they're still going for, like, in the progression, so that the complexity grows, because these have that cyberpunk sci-fi vibe to them. Whereas these have then, you know, your sort of like jury-rigged electromagnetic wiring stuff still going for them. And the machines keep on getting like different, they have like a different like feels to them, which is very cool. And I like that one. And these, well, I mean, how do you like reinvent strange sci-fi machines? Well, you can't really, so you just do your best. I like how this is like a strange exhaust thing. It has with the warning, with the proper warning and everything, and they have the little like warping effects, and have the lights, and it's in that way it's also like a neat way, like in many much of sci-fi. If you can't figure out a way to make it how to make it make sense, well, then you turn it into a black box, and what happens inside is magic, dark science magic. How does it work? Stop asking questions. It's magic. Just accept it. Let's see the machines work. Oh, absolutely, yeah. I love the designs in this game. Absolutely fantastic. And then we do organization. Actually, yeah, let's continue this way. So rather than it doubling back, it continues that way as a part of like the flow. So that way it's easier to then expand on this production if or when we need to. Right now it's just a mildly upgraded pure coal node that is only making these. That's acceptable. We need 250. There we go. Upload speed is 120. Mark II was 120. So there we go. And we don't really know what we're gonna use these for yet. So for now, I'm just gonna let this thing just run and accumulate. We need 250 for the peak efficiency upgrade, but we haven't unlocked the actual recipes where we need the time crystals just yet. We will though, soon enough. So now this is a sort of fire and forget kind of thing, and this will end up with a whole bunch. Next plan was to then upgrade the Caterium production. No, we can't leave it like this. Can't be done. We need to add stairs and railings. So stairs for this, because Jesus Christ, that thing's loud. No, we'll add a catwalk. It's kind of pointless catwalk, but I want one anyway. Because you see, we have the wall here, so this will help like separate the buildings. But if we zoom it like this, it looks slightly less, you know, weird. I'm hoping for that. You know, like this, because then we don't have to build that in to be attached with that. This makes slightly more sense. And in fact, yes. We do another, we do it this way around. I'll zoom you that far for now. That might not be an issue. It looks again like slightly more supported. Then we add the small frame pillar. I can't remember who I learned this one from. It must have been like from like YouTube, you know, some other creator years ago when I was playing this in early access. I'm of the joys of the small frame pillar. But I'm glad I found out about it. It just looks so much more, you know, sensible. Because even the E's come with the like support legs and feet and so on. I think I'm gonna leave that one. See, we didn't add much, just some catwalks on the edges, and it already looks slightly more, you know, sensible. At least in my books. Nice, glad you like it, Douglas. But it works there. Using these in a more complex building would be cool. I mean, we're gonna have to do that soon, yeah, because we're gonna do the Caterium one with... means we also... need to... yeah. First we go here, we try to steal some alclad platings. Wall ventilators are great. Oh yeah, me too. Me too. I totally agree. Wall ventilators and like just wonderful... just art. Speaking of, this place needs them. Spinning turbines. And also, I don't know if you realize this, you know when you build your normal assembler too close to a wall, because it fits, the normal construction fits like on one tile, right? But its animation goes slightly outside the one tile, so if you're like right next to a wall, it'll clip out. So that means, you know, it's slightly annoying, because you then have to give them a little bit more space than they technically need. But then you can have fun times with the half slabs. Especially with half slab combined with the fans, you can make your own little external sort of air conditioning unit. Like, actually, let's just put one there. You see, let's go here. And we look at foundation, 4.5 meter foundation. We could put it there, for example. Then we change into materials. First we have a look at how the fix-it one would work. That one now looks good. Then we stick a couple of fans on it. You can actually even put the fan here on the end if you want to. But I was thinking of doing, let's see here, go here, and under logistics we find the wall hole. Well, you can't put the wall hole here, can you? Because it's a foundation. But what you can do is, for example, that. And we turn you to straight. And there you go. Now you have an AC unit sticking on the wall. Good old kit bashing. And if you don't want these to be visible on the inside, because, you know, the wall hole sticks through, and it's like, oh no, that actually like messes up with my design here, because I got nothing here on the inside. So you make it. You can then remove the wall holes after you added the pipes, and it still makes sense. Good old kit bashing. Oh, hey there, puppy. How are you doing? Well, it's all nice and all, but does it smell of socks? I don't know. Thankfully, we don't have smell-o-vision just yet, so it might. Who knows what they put inside these machines? Maybe it is socks. Agreeable like a toolkit basher. I love it. But did you use the obligatory horseshoe? I mean, technically there would be a horseshoe here, wouldn't it? See, it's kind of like a really like. What is a horseshoe but not a U shape? Wouldn't that be a U shape? Kinda. In joke from the Studon Studio, a popular trash bashing YouTuber. Okay, nice. Yeah, but this way, because you can add stuff. You can have the pipes go up and down. I just put it sideways, just I don't know, because. But yeah, because you can then run through the pipes through the thing, and then of course you can then, you know, paint it however you want. Like your basic foundation thing. Make it nice and Okay, the golden vents look kind of groovy. I do the pipes. Chrome finish does nothing really. It just makes things so shiny. It's almost always black. I like the carbon finish though, because that is like just honestly shiny black. And that's like one kind of kit bashing you could do. Hey there, Kobolds and Hags. Hope you're doing well. Late start? Yeah, I had to be a driver for a doctor's appointment. Is all. And then it took a while, and then I had a chance for a brunch, and I took it. So hey, better late than never. So sorry about that, my friends. At one point, he bought like 10,000 plastic horseshoes and committed to using at least one in every future project. Oh, well that makes more sense, because I was thinking like a horseshoe is pretty big and heavy. You can't. Now that's a commitment if you have an obligatory actual horseshoe. Plus, you have to keep on getting horseshoes, and that'll become expensive eventually. But small plastic ones, absolutely. Then I can see that happening. Plus, they get heavy. You know, they're being made of iron and all that. Also, I think it's because I haven't had food so already. So, chin chin, friends. Quick little rum and coke. Okay, honestly, the more I look at it, the more I'm thinking like, actually, that turned out better than expected. I wonder. Okay, let's continue with kit bashing experiments. It's absolutely not what we're supposed to be doing, but that never stopped us before. I'm wondering, like, what if we just add some of these here in between as well? Like, just like look like fun little nubbins. Just add to it. So they come with their own like warning signs, so that's neat. Because of course we can always add signs for like so your neon lights and so on, but you know it's not really like that kit bashing. Whereas this one, and this way the only thing we're like abusing, like clipping wise, would be these pipes. But now in my opinion, it looks very much like an air conditioner. Now, of course, yeah, like I said, you can have these on the sides. They fit perfectly on a half foundation. And of course, you can use just your vent-like things. And even more shenanigans to it. Just to make sure that you don't have the like bare flat walls kind of thing. See, the lower one is clipping through here a little, and this is very much a situation of like, I don't actually want that, so I shall hide it. Like a proper kit basher. How do you hide poor kit bashing while you kit bash over it? See, now we got like a proper AC unit. See, the cooling liquids come in from one side, they get cool, then the hot air gets blown out, up and down, and then the pipes go through. And depending on how you muck about with the pipes, because you can do interesting things with the pipes, you can try to have the connection point be further out, and then like build the walls, and depending on where they meet each other, you can have the whole structure look different. And this was all started like just as an idea of how you can get bashed together with using these new fan things, basic pipes, and a half foundation to hide the fact that your basic construction is clipping through the wall a little bit. It's a little busy. I think it might have looked better without these ones. But funnily enough, but I think then I would have to top. If we remove these, I think I'd remove the top ones. On account of the lower pipe actually being slightly visible. But that's one example. And like I said, yeah, these guys can be sort of forgotten. $316 already, so we have all we need for peak efficiency. Now we need to fix side ingots themselves. Which means we gotta get over there. Which also means time to get rid of that one. Curve is the one I've used to build these. Now that way the cars can fit beneath. Bam. I hope you're doing well, puppy. You know what I got to enjoy, was it? Yesterday? A kebab. Finally. Took a while, but I got there. But enjoy the kebab of the gods. Wait. Oh, man. Well, no. It's fine. Hey, I've been enjoying your escaping. Bullshit next. How's my escaper doing? Can we see him? Well, boo, fine. I think it'll be more interesting on this side. Let's see if we can figure this out. Well, my dude is just doing some iron mining anyway, so. What kind of brunch did you get? Well, my brunch was nice and simple. It was a leg of rotisserie chicken, some pain-round bread, and a sort of pastry with vanilla cream and strawberries. It was very tasty, very delicious. Now finishing up with more coffee, tea, some juice, and a little rum and coke. I think that was the Those were the numbers. Yeah, should be all more than high enough to allow for the trucks to pass. Not that the trucks are going anywhere, they're all having a traffic jam over there. I think one of them must have run out of power while I was messing about and made everyone lose power. Meaning one of them missed out on the whole getting refueled a bit. But now I kind of know. Now let's go save the trucks. We can go over here. And we don't need to do it yet. But we most definitely can then increase the throughput, because I think these are all Mark II, so we can make Mark III miners now. Nor are they sharded. So we can get a lot more iron into the iron station that we currently are. Which is why I was thinking over there's a normal sulfur node. So we're gonna start pumping that stuff into... No. Huh? What? The fuel truck full of fuel was the one that ran out of fuel. Ah, yes, they all kind of... 1, 2... Everyone else is good, though. So why did you guys run out of fuel? Yeah, they keep drinking and stuff. Yeah, but apparently not all of them. See, because the two lateral ones didn't. So maybe they were just joined in late. But this one was... So it's not this end. Oh, right, yeah, because we ran out of power. So did you, like, stop just halfway because you came to the conclusion, I cannot reach the station. It's not powered, so I'll just stop here. Hope you're doing well, sheep in a cart. Let's put the fuel in the coconut before we shake it all up. That whole project can wait. And we'll do something that we totally don't need to do, but it's in no way supposed to do. We're doing it anyway just because I saw the blueprint machine, and it is something we need to do in small amounts at some point anyway, which is a hyper tube sort of station. Now we'll design it, say, this way, in the middle. You see, that end connects with the network itself. Then we'll have, from here, let's see, effectively that will be the exit. So here we have entrance, exit, entrance, exit. Entrance, exit. That is correct, right? Then entrance. Remove the exits. Try it again. Why do I keep on pressing the wrong fucking button? There we go. That was confusing. Buildable designer can't be a connected world buildable. So I'm like, but it isn't, friend. Yeah, daisy chaining is also perfect for this kind of stuff. Come on. And then here we could have... There, now they're centered. So that way you come here, you press E to change your output, and you go here and you get thrown at the fence. And you should be fine. And then select icon. Yes. Color. Kinda yellow. Now to Hypertube Station. It can go inside undefined for now. I don't think we'll have the energy to make a different category for those things. Is it me? No, it's the Palworld key map just weird. Tab to exit windows. My brain can't do this. It is weird because it's very different from other games. That's why I also have difficulty like switching back into Palworld and then out from Palworld. But like in any game, once you get used to it, you get used to it. Some games just have unique, interesting choices. And that's why I keep on emphasizing the fact that it is not a perfect game on many fronts. It's you could very well argue it's not even a good game, but it is a fun one, and I enjoy it. And I'm getting ideas for base building that I want to try out. I almost got those done. I guess we might as well do the... See, and because thanks to Pal World, I keep on pressing F. Even when F is absolutely the wrong button for interactions, because usually E. So we have now unlocked the magic of cloudy diamonds made in a particle accelerator using coal and limestone. I don't think we're gonna need that one. So scan my hard drive. Baby. Yeah. Okay, the batteries are being charged. The nuclear pasta keeps on being pastified. Wait, where are you unhappy? That's right. We were feeding this thing manually. Like a Minamoro. We'll make a proper nuclear pasta factory at some point, maybe. We'll see. Because once we get those 1,000 together, I don't think we need any more. And I don't know if I can bother to build a factory for this nonsense. Let's double check. Used in question marks. I say. Well, that's fine then. Also. Now, what are they called? You're making cubes. Have some pressurized conversions of the cubes. Yeah, so now the excess from the factory making those is going into these. These are going in here, but none of that is getting synced. Then at some point, we have to start syncing a whole lot of shit, but I think we'll be doing that with the nuclear pasta and final factory parts, because that'll be the big challenge, won't it? Getting to the gold, sweet golden nut. Yeah, we'll make it. And we'll do some butt-based gluteus acceleratius butt magics. Now I do believe our target is in this general direction, because it's not you. And the aluminum production needs to get ramped the fuck up at some point. Speaking of, I do believe there's a sloop still here, somewhere here further down. I checked it with one of these radio towers, but there's a mercer sphere here. It's not you. I've removed the other one, yes. Yeah, outgoing is... Can't import. Surely incoming should be the Caterium ingots, not your outgoing. And this one. That's wrong. That is 100% wrong. How can that be incoming? When it literally exports from that spot Caterium ingots. Why is then the incoming marked as Caterium ingots? Absolute gibberish. So obviously they must mean it's incoming from the point of view of the drone. Goes in the drone, the other one goes out from the drone. So I was thinking of adding into then the system here someone to bring in batteries, because that place is going to be making fixed site and the Caterium ingots, and other places might need them. So now we'll have to then change that one. Wrong end. No, it works. You see, it works. I built this and I haven't touched this since. Incoming here is Caterium ingots, and it's full. And this is the importer, and they were marked correctly here. You see, this one's also full of Caterium ingots. So the machines, the imports and exports are working just fine. Why is that so hard, like clicking the fucking thing? And you still show me the... I don't care. Don't show me the things. Don't show me the drones. No, okay. That's fine then. We can show the drones and the ports again. Modding export. Import. Yeah. See, it's trying to send out those modular engines, but it can't, because it can't empty itself, because the machines here aren't eating through the modular engines, because we still don't have anyone making actual motors. My lord, Penn Gullet has an oscillating impact sprinkler animation when they're watering stuff. These devs, man. Oh yeah, Buffalo, because I mean, like I said, the game is full of just memes. It's just fun. It's just... It is not a game to be taken seriously at any point. It is very obviously that they're using pre-made assets in many places. I don't care. I don't mind, because it's just fun. That's the thing. That's where they succeeded. The game is literally a collection of just gibberish together, but it works, and I'm okay with that. Plus, then they also inadvertently became sort of artistic heroes by pissing off the man, and the man attacked them. For everyone's benefit, in the dumbest way possible, creating illegal precedent about copywriting stuff that's already been existing for a while, because large companies have been getting away with that kind of shit before, you know? But not anymore. Because now there's precedent against a large... What the heck? Oi! I need the inhaler. Because somehow, like indirectly, like it has nothing to do with AI, but it reminds me just of the discussion of how there's so many people who are like just anti-AI just because it's cool to be anti-AI, and it's like, okay, but no, that's AI is not the problem. Like the data centers are a problem, but that's not AI's fault. That's the giant companies trying to, build giant infrastructure to use an inefficient machine poorly because they got millions of investment because they sold the idea of you can, save money by replacing your employees with this. But AI itself, especially this sort of like generative AI, can be very cool. But still, yes, the problem remains what the large companies did with it. The tech itself is fascinating and amazing. Oh. And can be used for some really cool shit. Yeah, including art, but not limited to, because the same logic can be used for like medical research and try to like figure out like protein folding and stuff, which is an actually huge issue. I mean, there's a game out. I can't remember its name right now, but there's a game that is free to play where the first couple of missions or something that to teach you how to solve a puzzle. And it's about protein folding. How would you fold these proteins? First they teach you how to fold a protein. And after that, they slowly start giving you tasks that have to do with actual protein folding. And then they just like crowdsourced how to try to figure out how protein folding could work. Because everyone can find solutions, but they're trying to figure out what is the real solution, what is the best solution. So it's not a problem that has like one solution. It has many kinds of solutions. Some of them might work in the real world. Some of them might be the actual answer, but then they're trying to figure out what is the actual answer for how does this protein in real life fold, because they know how the protein structure, they know the rules, and they kind of know what the final product looks like, but they don't really know how do you get from point A to point B kind of thing. And as far as I know, they have solved actual problems that way. They figured out someone found a solution that was close enough and good enough to work, and then that helps with like medical research. Similarly, they do some, I can't remember the name of this project either, but also another crowdsourced project where they gamified a science problem and that gave it out to people like, hey, yo, can you solve this? And it has to do with just analyzing like signals from space. So like SETI level stuff, kind of stuff, but it's not SETI, it's just but general stellar signal analysis, because it needs an interpretive eye, because they couldn't get it to be sort of efficiently done by machines, right? Which now the modern AI, they kind of could, except you can't use it for that kind of science because the risk of hallucination is too big for like contamination of the data set. So but they can support each other, I would imagine. And I think that kind of shit is cool. And yeah, how did I get here? Oh yeah, generative AI, yeah, generative arts, AI arts. Yeah, the art itself is not the problem. The technology is not the problem. It's that the company stole everyone's art in order to make it work. That's the big issue. It isn't, oh no, the technology is stealing people's jobs. I'm like, well, that's just kind of how it works. You don't see a lot of steam engine, engineers around anymore either, do you? But there will always be need for artists, because a certain type of creativity can't really yet be done with the AI, kind of, You can only imitate what exists and do generative art that way, but it could be really cool if you could have a sort of predetermined art set where you could generate stuff from, and it only has to do with your own art. Ooh, only steampunks. Yeah. Yeah. But steam engines still exist. There are enthusiasts, like the blacksmith I worked for when I was in Scotland at Rathabyre's Forge. He has his own little steam engine, and he drives around, takes it to meets and so on. And he made components, makes all these like cogs and bits by himself, because he's a blacksmith and he knows how to do his machining and welding and all that. So they haven't disappeared, but they've become a niche thing. Now that won't happen with art. The AI thing, no matter what they try to sell to the big corpos and what the big corpos try to sell to you, it ain't gonna happen. Because we see it already. The entire facade they built on the AI will solve all these things. It's just slowly but surely crumbling because it's built on an assumption. And that assumption was wrong. That the AI can fully replace people. Which it never could. It can assist people very much. It's an amazing assistant, this technology, if, properly trained and all that. But never a true, such straight-up replacement. And the fun thing is, though, if you think about it, this will lead to what we're sort of seeing, and the other thing they were selling for, hey, this will help like smaller developers and creators, and it's like, that I do believe will actually happen. Just maybe not in the way people might have been imagining and so on, but having that kind of assistance already on the coding scene, you see, because, yes, some people are thinking like, oh no, they'll just replace all the coders with AI. It's like, no, they won't, but they can make coders more efficient. So a smaller team can now achieve more things, and that means, well, I think it's just, it's ultimately a good thing for the whole, the thing. The golden age of indie, pretty much. We'll end up winning from this thing. Not as things are now, but more like the way I sort of feel like the direction things will end up going then with, eventually with like reality, if you will. Though there will be a massive, tragic, horrifying financial crash soon enough. And it's not like we didn't have enough problems in the world, but what can you do? They made a giant bubble. It's gonna crash, and we're gonna pay for it. None of the investors, no one who made all the money, none of the people who got all those people fired for their greed and all that, none of those will pay anything, because that's just how this shit works. And it sucks. That's just how it is. It's always the taxpayers. Look at all the bank bailouts. Like, oh no, the banks, they need to be bailed out because they couldn't handle money, did bad investments. And it's like, well, why aren't you bailing out everyone who does bad investments? Oh no. We can't have that, can we? No. Because if the banks fail, then I'll lose my money. The powers that be say. Whereas I think like, oh no, there might be a massive financial problem if the bank like fails, and I think, well, let it. There's always going to be financial problems and shit anyway. And I'd rather the world learns the hard way, because that will erode the whole trust in the banking system the way they should be, rather than the whole blind trust system that they'd prefer they'd prefer to maintain. You gotta trust them. They're a bank. They would never fail. They wouldn't lie to us. Oh, yes, they would. They always have and always will. They don't know what they're doing. Any more than anyone else. They say, like, oh no, we do the, like, professional, like, investments. What are the professional investments? Well, that just means they're professional gamblers, aren't they? I'm in America. We'll be fine. But you're finished. It's very true. We are. We are finished. America might be, the great experiment. The land of the free. You're still getting there. Wait. We already finished that race. Yeah. Buffalo is saying there's a steam train in the mountains near here that sells scenic day trips for a not too awful fee. You can drive the train, which means 3 old men will bark instructions at you while you sweat in a hot, dirty metal box and have the time of your life. Nice. You haven't lived until a cab full of sooty old train coots turn to face you and yell, "Sand!" at the same moment. I gotta say, Buffalo, because you absolutely 100% sold me on that one. Yes. Oh, I love machines. I mean, that's why I like the whole blacksmithing and working with, like just machining and so on. Lathes are amazing and absolutely horrifyingly terrifying machines. Oh wait, we got power. Which means first reload. And then change jetpack. Ring pop, no. We don't have that kind of thing here, but I'm pretty sure we also do have a. There's a historical steam locomotive that like at least once a year in like certain parts of the train system, they have sort of like a show, historical trains, just driving along the train tracks around Finland for people to enjoy. Hey there, Neon, hope you're doing well, and thank you, Shattered Phoenix, for the hydrate. Good morning to you, friends. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the hydrate, Shattered Phoenix. Ah, lovely. Alright, so how much are you making? You're making 240, and if you max you out, you'll make 600. I can work with 600. But then we need a drone port. And I think we can make the drone port face that way. I think it would look good. And a part of this one would then be... We'll probably have to start sending some of it down there. For some alternative aluminum production. Though, for now, it seems to be working just fine. Yeah, you're doing your best. And did we have a B here? Okay, so if, looks like you'll at least get a train worth it. 359 items per minute, so we could... Because we know they're full of scrap and silica. Which they shouldn't be. How's the aluminum build going? Yeah, the aluminum has been doing well until now because we just now have more users. But the scrap and silica numbers are getting backed up for some reason, which they shouldn't be according to my math. But I think that's just because we actually did build everything 1-to-1. So these ones got backed up when the exports weren't really running that well. Yeah, because they still filled this entire thing up. So I'm thinking we add a stop in between here. Which has been here already once. Think around here. There you go. Let's see, they're slowly eating through the stump that was backed up. Aluminum Primus is coming in. Excellent. So now we're gonna then fly back up, where we're gonna do a drone port for picking up sulfur. So we can then export the sulfur from here via drone over to here where we are making Caterium ingots. So we can change from like pure smelters to refineries to use the leach ingots recipe, because that gives us more ingots per Caterium. And then we're also gonna then we'll have one Caterium ingot export east will remain there. We'll add 2 more drone ports, one to bring in some batteries, and one to then bring out fixite ingots, because we're gonna do the fixite ingot production here as well, because they can do that pretty well with the Caterium. And we're not doing that much with Caterium. Most of the things that we could usually do we could trade out for Caterium in the recipes, we actually aren't that much. And that's a pure node of Caterium, so it should be able, it can already, as is, handle everything we're doing with Caterium. Now we can do just some more. And if we do need to increase aluminum production, I think we would actually just not do it here. We'll just build a separate factory, because if it ain't broke, don't fix it. This shit works well enough. We need more aluminum. We'll just build a new aluminum factory with the new recipes we can unlock. Hope you're doing well, aluminum. Hope you're doing well, Neon. Oh yeah, you mentioned you already won. You got the end credits on Pal World. Yeah, I'm glad I restarted mine with the 0.5 XP, because it's already now it feels like in order to progress, I might actually have to go and do a little bit of hunting to get to the next level, so I can build what I need, rather than, okay, I need to make the thing. Now I need to go hunt the resources, and in doing the hunting the resources, I gained enough levels to now make the tech I was trying to build already obsolete. And now at level 30, I'm already thinking like I might switch it down from 0.5 to 0.4 even, maybe 0.3 to slow it down a little bit, because sort of grinding for the pals is something you still have to do, especially if you want to try to collect them all and get a really good one. And that just keeps on giving you so much XP. So I might slow that one down a little bit, just for the hell of it. And a choke on. Yeah. And Buffalopicus here said, we have so many small and narrow gauge train lines in this part of the country for mining routes that little quirky steam locomotives are pretty common. Oh, that's fun. Across the mountain west, I wouldn't be surprised if there were some 30 or 40 still in regular daily service, running sightseeing routes over crazy mountain track. Oh, that sounds amazing. That would be the perfect use for them, because yeah, they are again, now they're a niche product that services the tourist industry. One of the tracks is famous for looping over itself. Hey, that sounds fun. Like a spiraling kind of thing, which would make sense for a mining track, because you have to like change your elevations, and a train can't go too far down, too steep of an angle, especially a mining train that might be carrying a lot of ore, which is a lot of weight, and that'll just break everything. The train's wheels will spin too fast, the brakes won't work, and you'll all have a bad time. Now let's see here. Look at the transportation options here. Nope, none of that, none of this, none of those. Frickety frack there, yeah. The droning of the ports. I think we can make this work neatly enough. There, you see. Yeah. There's a crazy little mining locomotive you can still find in service if you look, called the Shay. It's a geared locomotive. The pistons work vertically along the side of the boiler and connect to a geared horizontal drive shaft which connects to the drive wheels. Great little locomotive. Yeah, I mean, steam engines are are amazing. A lot of like mechanical things because how they work fits in my head. You know, I can visualize, I can understand that this leads to that, and then that, and this leads to the motion. So I understand how the flow of everything works, which is why I find some like modern digital like machines are cool and all, but they're not as rewarding to understand because there's usually electronics involved, and that leads to the whole like, you know, and first we do this, then magic happens, and then this works, and it's like, that's why I like learning the code, because now I understand a bit more like, oh, okay, cool, this is what happens behind the scenes. But even then, the sheer complexity of, well, machines built purely in an informational space, which is what, you know, coding is, coded programs. They're just piston machines, effectively, because it's a binary system, so it's, at its core, very simple, but it's all immaterial. It's a giant machine being built out of non-existent materials in a non-existent space, but it still affects reality, which is kind of cool. That's why I still find the idea of the mechanical calculator just insane. I want to build one of these days. I want to find the blueprints and build a mechanical calculator, because it breaks my mind a little bit. Because again, a computer, for somehow, because I'm so used to them, I can just accept it. A calculator, yes, it's a magic box, a beep boop, and math happens. How? Well, we put electricity in the rock, and the rock makes the math happen. Right? And we sort of accept that. But a mechanical calculator that's cogs and things spin, and then math happens. Which of course makes sense, because it's just, you know, it's cogs, it's mechanical, and effectively it can be in a sort of binary system. It's, you know, it's an analog computer made out of, well, it's effectively, it's quite literally a digital computer, because it does deal with digits, math, that's where the word comes from, except it's in an analog space with being the real world. You love these. 6 vertical pistons exposed. Ooh, pumping up and down. Crazy horizontal, solid axle running the length of the thing to drive the... Oh, that sounds amazing. That sounds... The coolest machines are always the most dangerous if you just think about it a little bit. You think about all this exposed machinery and pistons. You're like, oh my god, that's so amazing. I don't want to get too close. It'll just eat my shirt. I don't care if there's like 10 meters between. I know it. It hungers for my flesh. I would love to touch it while it's running. But that's the thing. You always have to accept one simple truth. Every large machine hungers for human flesh. That's why lathes have those warnings. Eventually and always, someone doesn't listen. And the machine does not care. The machine will spin. The machine is there to bend and twist and make impossible shapes out of solid shapes of steel. And it will not even notice that your flesh and bones get in between and gets twisted into shapes they should not be in. The flesh is weak. Very true. Hope you're doing well, Oni. Yeah, so every large industrial machine hungers desperately for human flesh. That's why you should be afraid and respect them. And then the inverted ramp. happy that I noticed that it's exactly 2 frames, and then this thing happened. So you could have this thing also be on a wall, like wall actually literally going like on the sides and below, and then build like a sort of like cool like gate for it to go through. Okay, this alone isn't quite enough to make me happy anymore, so we're gonna do another thing, which includes more inverted frames. One there. One there. One there. And then I'm wondering, should I make it just a tower of these, or do like a pillar? Because, you know, that alone would already look pretty god dang cool. And honestly, yeah, I like it, but it doesn't belong there. Belongs here. Be placed. Oh no, you bastard. See, now it looks like it bolted on the concrete. Light structure, because, you know, the back of it is supported by this structure. The front is the part that needed the support. Which means you gotta go. You can stay as you are. And then we do that. Okay, what if we do then take these out as well? Yeah, that looks better. And this is why it takes me forever to get between the phases and so on, because, you know, I suddenly like, oh, I need to build my support structures so they make sense to me logically. Yeah. Does it affect anything? No. I do because I wanna. Excellent. To the point that I kind of wanna add one of those there. So it also looks slightly more like bolted onto there. So these things, you do vertical. Yeah, because, you know, concrete clipping into things is 100% A-okay, because concrete is cast. It is a liquid. Right, you know, spend time as a liquid. Still find it amazing that we have all these buildings made out of concrete, all these modern fancy materials that keep on deteriorating and breaking apart. And then you think, oh, the most ancient structures are thousands of years old. People are looking at the pyramids, but the pyramids make, I mean, they're a fancy heap. And the insides are still fine, which is freaking amazing. But essentially, it's a fancy heap. But then you have the Roman structures. 2,000 years old. And some of them, infrastructure that is still in use. 2,000 years. Medieval infrastructure is gone. A few hundred years back, it's gone. A few millennia back, it's still here. Goddamn Romans. That is one of the like great tragedies. 100%. The fall of the Roman Empire. And of course, the classic. One everyone, the greatest tragedy of all time. The fall of the burning of the Library of Alexandria, which goes in there with the Roman Empire, I'd say. We're okay with this. And the power line going there is also okay. Wait a minute. These are yellow warning lights. Does that mean that that is what I believe it is? I think it might be. It might be a connection point for a cat. Yes, it is. Are these two? No, these aren't. These are like just building. But this thing, which has almost stuff you could work with. Not on the inside, but on the outside. Okay. Okay, I'm seeing it. You see a junction and stairs. So that's one way of doing it. Real life broke my watch streak. Ah, oh no, not yours. Good morning to you. Hope you're doing well. Hello there, had a crocodile. And lube the machine spirit with blood. It is true. That is how the machine spirit works. They require the occasional offering of an intern or child labor, depending on where it's happening. And that's where the verb mangle comes from. It was a name of Victorian-era laundry machine, which was famous for taking limbs. So the name of the machine became the word to describe the injury. I did not know that, Buffalo, because that is amazing, and that makes sense. Because a mangle sounds similar, because we have this machine, we call it mankeli. And it's one of those things where, because nowadays, you know, we are well-educated, trilingual, multilingual people, so we use borrowed words and so on, or nowadays with the most annoying habit of, let's translate everything. But I'm like, no, you shouldn't. That was the point. We were good. Our education was amazing because we didn't translate everything. People had to actually learn more languages. But instead we translated things into Finnish sort of phonetically. So mangle probably is the word for the mankeli. That would be the one where there's two like thick rollers and they just roll into each other and you put like sheet clothing through it. And it's essentially a mechanical press. We had a mangle in the laundry room not too long ago, but now it's been removed. Oh. We don't have a laundry room where I live right now, but I have lived in a place that had a laundry room that had what I do believe is a mangle. Huge thing. Hey there, Pity Wonk. No pity, Jim. Best of luck with the Satisfactory. Oh, thank you. We are all hoping to get some satisfaction. Satisfaction. Till I can get my satisfaction. Oh, I want to do it this way around. Now, will this affect anything? The answer is no. But it'll hopefully look cool. You see, because then we can have the belts, which will start out as a Mark V. And we're hoping to put in then, the Mark 6 once we get them. Though a Mark 5 can handle 600 a minute just fine. Then I feel like let's see if we can figure this one out in a fun way. See, like that. Yes. Then we can look at where are my beams. I bet you never would have expected me to use beams here, would ya? Surely I'm not that predictable. Huh? Well, it sticks out a bit, but it might not be an issue. Nah, it's okay. Two hours. Them's them rookie numbers, as they say. Now, with the way... No. Control yourself, man. Control yourself. If only for a minute. A teensy weensy 20 minute. Okay, for that, and like I've said before, yeah, for that alone, I love the freaking round concrete beams. Hello, police helicopter. Oh no, they found you. You must run. I'm okay with that. Road comes in, up there, across there. Now you got 3 links, which means we need to do that. But can we? And these two to meet somehow. Maybe the answer might be no. Yep, they're off by a meter. Well, nothing impossible. You see, what we need then, of course, is the stairs. Oh, you bastard. There we go. Of 1 meter. And these. The 1 meter foundation. 2-meter foundation. Uh, 1 meter inverted one. Run for your life! Those show up as unknown on the flight radar, but I know what they are. Oh no! Wait. If they're unknown in the flight radar, wouldn't they not be then unknown flying objects? You see them UFOs, friend. They're coming for you. Unidentified flying object. Or unknown flying object. The good old UFO. I like how UFO became like synonymous with aliens, where it's just anything. If you see something flying, you got no idea what it is. Well, it is now, by definition, a UFO. I think the unknown is actually where they're headed and from where, but they will have a name like PLO 425. Yeah, so they're more like destination unknown kind of thing. Fair enough. Okay, so we can use catwalks and things to make a stairway down there from up here. Question is, do we want to do it? Do I really want to waste my time? I mean, yeah. Should I, though? I measured ELO and I immediately started singing Mr. Blue Sky. Because when checking normal airplanes, it'll show you where they started and where to go. And where do they come from? Cotton Eye Joe. Good. Wait, would this still work? It does good, except it doesn't. In theory, it should work, but I can't be bothered to fix that issue. You know, it's an idle game. You're not supposed to be actively playing it. Customizer, but I barely know her. Now, would one of these work as a sort of base? Well, it's kind of base, yeah, but wish we had a half frame. Wait, double check. Do we actually get a? We got frame. I wish I had a half frame flame floor kind of thing. I'd enjoy that. But we don't. So instead, we're going to put in an H. No. We're going to put in the classic. No, not the painted one. The metal. Metallius McBeamius. Take down a half step. And I bring you over there. And then we'll double check. Now that ain't even Z fighting. It's, see, that's Z winning and that's Z losing. They're all supposed to be identical, which is usually why the Z fighting happens. But sweet. I'll take it. The only solution is don't look at it. That's fine. The key point is when I didn't want just the really all of this to be just, you know, flying. Now looks like it bolted into there. You don't have no Z fighting installed? No! Hey there, Land Gamer B. Land Gamer on the YouTube side. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, no. Pure vanilla. Not a single mod. Nothing. I didn't know there was a thing called, like, no Z fighting. If in doubt, it was the aliens. Fair too. Heckin' aliens. Took her gerbs and all that. How would that look? You know, apart from all the Z fighting. Well, the Z fighting made that a no, so instead we can do a... Get rid of you. I see a double beam connector, so that looks like it's, you know, attached to something. Pretty good to do. The game is still in vanilla. Just an aesthetic thing. Yeah, it's very true, but then I need to get like a mod manager and install that stuff. And I'm like, I'm already in phase 5. I'm like, yeah, it's fine. We'll just live with it. There's plenty of things I could be doing, but I'm just not because I'm that, you know, just that flavor of lazy. Now, this feels like a dumb idea, but I'm gonna look at it anyway. Yeah, that bit at least won't work. And we can't put it there because it's off by like a half. There's only one solution left. This will probably backfire, but try it anyway. Now that doesn't look quite as floaty. Oh, the Z started fighting while I wasn't looking. Oh, shame on them. Heckin' Z's. Hey, double streaming I am, Crocodile, to YouTube as well. And that was really interesting to watch. As the AC worked to cool the room, it quickly dropped about 3 Celsius. then plateaued for about 90 minutes as the walls cooled down, and now the temperature is dropping again. Just in time. The sun is up in an hour. Oof. Well, better late than never, eh? And when the sun comes up, yeah, that's when it starts getting even hotter. But yeah, that is a pretty neat thing, yeah, because you can cool down the temperature until the ambient temperature will have to then start leaching the heat from the walls because they've been, radiating. Very cool. Physics in motion, as they say. There's modern railings there and there, and the modern railings go in here. Heck, let's do modern railings everywhere here then. Let's zoop it. Zoop it before you poop it. What the frick happened there? No. Everything was fine. I was just confused. Hey, it fits nicely. There we go. Nice little platform. Mild gibberish, but ultimately a-okay. All of this just because we had one of these here. It's not butter spill, it is in fact sulfur. Sulfur export east. Here, how about battery? Then we change on out to the fuel heist. Then we head on here to the Caterian places. That explains the answering things that aren't asked in this chat. That's very true. Made them things. Oh, holy butt. I guess it's hot dog and Deep Raid. Welcome in, Raiders. How you doing, Depot? How was the fortress? Hope you're doing well. That's a Mercer Sphere. Probably has a Guardian then. Get hams. What? Ow. Come here, you big bastard. I refuse your authority, pig, and substitute my own. Yeah. Forty was fun. Dwarves die to ghosts, elves, and other dwarves. Oh, sounds like a classic Deep Fort, eh? But those are the most exciting ones, aren't they? And there we go. God dang it. So welcome on in, Raiders. Hi and hello, those who don't know who I am. Hi, I'm Hannu, son of Hannu, Finnish variety streamer, occasional amateur game developer, and having a good time getting reintroduced to the magical world of Satisfactory. It's my third run, technically, through the game. I played it when it was in early access, then once again when it came out in 1.0, and now with the 1.2 launch, I'm having another go. They've added some more things. I'm having a good time. And with the fact that trucks kind of work now, we have then successfully built roads, which aren't all properly attached. You know, some of them are a bit levitating, but it's all fine as you don't look too close. And our current project is, because with the milestone level 5 for peak efficiency, we need fixite. And fixite has to be made from another material. And this is my Caterium export bonanza, where we have a pure Caterium node that is currently just going through a whole bunch of normal smelter to make Caterium ingot for export. And, well, this will no longer suffice. Plus, we're probably gonna have more machines that also need the Caterium itself. So we're gonna tear this all down and replace it with a... How would I do that? The easiest way, I wonder. Ah, right. We're gonna do a thing. Yeah, but we're gonna do the leached Caterium ingot recipe. That is why we needed the drone port I was building earlier, because we needed a place for it to get sulfur. We'll then be importing sulfur via drone to here, then using the beauty of the... I do believe it's an ocean. Might be an inland lake, I don't know. The big water will feed our sulfuric acid production, which will then feed the leached Caterium ingot production, which will then in turn feed to the fixite production, which then turns the Caterium ingots into fixite ingots, and then we'll have exporting drone ports for Caterium ingots, fixite ingots, and for the safety of everything, we'll also then have a third specialized importer of just batteries. Now, because every drone can do an import and export during their rounds, but if they can't empty their inventory, then they can't change out the inventory. So it's better to have, for things like fuel for batteries, in my opinion at least, for safety's sake, have that importer be like this one. See, someone finally used some fixite. I mean some Caterium. Right, yeah, because the Caterium is used by the radio controller productions. Swoosh! And it flew away. Off they go. I don't like waste. So we're doing that. Followed by that. So they can keep on working hard and melting out everything this thing produces. What is your maximum output, by the way? 1,200. Well, our belts cannot handle that yet. But with the milestone peak efficiency, we'll get the final belt, and that one has crazy throughput speed. So that'll be able to handle it just fine. Let's change to the other backpack. Also, I'm pretty sure we've just finished another hard drive scan. So check with the ma'am. Yes, it is. Quartz purification and fused quartz crystals. Neat. Scan a hard drive for me, ma'am. Ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Oh, the same. Okay. Now let's see. So let's assume we eventually get this thing running with this full output of 1200 a minute. We double check here with okay, I'm gonna do a thing. Grab those. Check on my outlet 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we're actually gonna go back to base, main base, and we're just gonna leave the machine on. Wait, why am I doing it like this? I'm a dumbass. That's why. I think, oh, we'll do a machine there. No, I can just build it here. The power doesn't care where the things are made, so we built a converter. Sure, you can be dumb, stupidly placed, that's okay. Big sites out of deuterium. And then it needs reanimated McSams. Now, because we have the road here, so we could, in fact, continue the train connection. Especially we connect it to the north one. So I'm thinking... So fixed site exports could be done via train, potentially. We do have our sort of rather extensive trade networks. And... I'm connected through there. Because there's a pure SAM node here, so if we then all, and a train network right next to it, so we could have reanimated SAM exports go through there and come here for this one. See, I don't like the spaghetti usually that much. I do it anyway, every now and then. Okay, so that one has like a pulsating production. Okay, so it'll average to 200 megawatts per 4 seconds. No, sorry, because 100 to 400, not 0 to 400. So that is 250. What's my current power production look like? Can we handle this? Answer is not really, but kinda. Oh, apparently yeah. So it's only when the particle accelerators are like really high. Never really goes below 1 hour. So that is A, O, and a K. And look at that, we made a whole bunch of those. Now I'm assuming... Oh, one, okay, then it triples. Sort of would have assumed it would have worked the other way. Yes, that is absolutely the connection I need from you. But you, I don't know, work extra fast. Wait, that's done. See, 15 per minute. That's better. Because then you're at the same speed as this thing's output. Excellent. So they won't take us too long at all until we can get the peak efficiency, which means we can then very quickly start producing the faster conveyor belts, which is needed for this one. Okay, so while this mucks about, and this one needs a faster belt. There. So there's a bit of those and a bit of these. I'll steal you away. There we go. Okay. Right, it's recipes. Deuterium ingot. The leached deuterium ingot can go through 54 units of deuterium ore per minute. Time for the pen and the paper. Right, first. Leached cat ingot takes in 54 cat ore and 30 units of sulfuric acid. Outputs 36 ingots a minute. Alright. So based on that, we open the quick search. So we do 1,200 divided by 54, which means we can have 22.22 machines. I want to see the .22 machine. Oh, you do? I can show it to you right now. Put in a refinery. We look at it. We give it a... let's see, this one. And we change the clock speed to 22%. Voila, done. Because decimals translate directly into percentages. But it's a whole refinery. It is very true, but it's only working at 22% speed. Of course, we can just leave it at 100% and it'll just be there like chuggy and doing its best. And being a little sad about it. Let me go back to looking at recipes. So for this one, we need 22.22 machines. And that will be... Then for the sulfuric acid, which is the next big question here. I don't like when I'm beaten by intelligence. Yeah, that's why I like percentages and good old decimals. Like ratios, like 5/7. I don't like that. It confuses me. It annoys me because percentages are perfect because they go perfectly into decimals. Like, 0.58 of something is, well, that will be 58% of something. And percentages and they work well with division and all that. It's just wonderful. So like good old metrics and percentages. It is the way of the future of, like, what was it, 1500s or wherever they started using those. And, well, no. I'm being an ass. Well, let's get back to business here. Oh, MAM's done. So 22.22, we can then calculate our output eventually. So we need that many sulfur. And sulfuric acid is produced, there we go, 1-to-1 with water and sulfur. So let's calculate that then. We do that one just times 30. So only 666.6666667. So we need 666 units of sulfur. Well, our export mining thing can produce 600 at most. Which means for perfect production, we either need to import even more or we throw a sloop in and we double the output from one of those machines. Okay. Do 22.22 times 30 equals 66.67. And I do believe, yeah, every machine wants 50. So then we look at the same machine, same recipe, and then we add another divide by 50, because it's all division and multiplication, so the order of operations remains the same. It's only 13.33 machines. So 13 and a third. And 666.667, so 2/3 pretty much, of water. Means we divide this actually by 150, I do believe, and it's 4.44, which can't be quite right. Let's see here, the water extractor, 120, and that's the one. 1520, no, just 120, 5.556. So we need 5.556. Mark that for yes. Mark that. Mark that. Right. That's like ass. We have multiple drones coming from the sulfur extractor. Slightly bigger ship than I intended. So, yeah, that's a normal node. Yep, that's the one. You've also already tapped into that one. Apparently we've also tapped into that one. Yeah, this one is feeding that one. This one is feeding this factory. Though not all of it is being used, this much is true. So multiple drones bringing in extra amounts of sulfuric acid, sulfur for the ingot production. And okay, so that should now be enough, I believe. So we can go head back to base, get peak efficiency done, so then we can use those super mega belts. I think we're gonna do that while I have a little bit of a wonder. There you go. And put those pillars in. I was thinking if we do in fact then connect the train. Yeah. So the one train that could bring in sulfur. And the drone bringing in sulfur. Well, in the end, yeah, we'll just build it for a theoretical maximum output. Then we need just to worry of can we bringing in enough sulfur. And especially if we add then some industrial like storage boxes between to act as a buffer. Because then while everything runs, it'll like slowly but surely just, you know, get it all working. Because I don't think we'll be able to consume its entire output anyway. What a versatile framework. God damn it, fast. Let it go. There we go. I've been playing too much Pal World. All my like keybinds are wrong. Keep on pushing the wrong hicking button. Again and again. Yeah, one of these days I should probably get around to building a proper one. There we go. Peak
Milestone
efficiency.
reached. After close scrutiny, 2 problems were identified in Mark V conveyor belts. The first was the belt part, so force fields have been implemented in the Mark VI instead, to maximize transfer speeds.
Nice.
The second problem is inefficient pioneers, but sadly no remedy is available for this severe impediment. Yet.
Oh, that was a sinister yet. Oh, and we had all these. Oh, no, good. They all went. Now, see, because F is the interaction button in Power World, not E. God dang it. So, we got recipes for the biochemical sculptor. Oh yeah, no, they have these things. So wait, we already have this one. Peak efficiency gave us Vixonium fuel rods. And Vixonium. Yeah, we need to build our nuclear facilities. We still haven't. and we'll keep on running out of power. I'll be like just dancing on the edge. Now, of course, we could just make more, like turn our turbo fuel into rocket fuel and all that. But where's the fun in that? Especially because I'm pretty sure we need Fixonium as an ingredient for a project part or something. But the good thing is that with this, though, we'll have the entire production loop as far as it can go. So I don't... Oh, no power. Time to make more. Exactly. Now look at these conveyor parts. 6 is 1,200 resources. Yep, exactly. Rambutan. So what do you need? Well, apparently we need those time crystals, so it's a good thing we had just left the machine on making those. And the trigons are being, well, slowly but surely made. The next one, we can do the portal systems. That will give us the singularity cell, which we need for... Oh, but we need that guy, which we can't do without this one. So this one is the mandatory next one. We need more motors. This I'm fairly certain. About super pooper computers, I'm pretty sure we are. We'll find ourselves to be in excess. Off. Guys here making... The wild land of endless McSpaghettis. Our slug spinner. Now we put the, okay, we'll wait for more slugs eventually. Now the silly machine here making those EM rods. And what do you need? You need stators and AI limiters. Well, we got none of them. That's okay. There you go. That was an EM control rods. I get hooked up, you know, we can whatever. We only had some free sloops, but alas, we don't. Change those out. I built my 7 terawatt turbo fuel plant in the blue crafter. A lot of conversion matrices. Yeah. Yeah, cause I have one like normal like fuel making thing. There you go. Nick some of them sloops. Double the output to 37.5 motors a minute. There. Now, reanimated Sam is right. Like straight up just exported. Okay. So what if we then do a splitter there. All I wanted in was a fucking defant. Now 2 hours and 400 spheres later, I'm forced to admit I have a problem. Yeah, I mean, power, it'll get you like that, you know? I just need a quick little thingy. Tiny adventure, in and out. Won't take, 5 minutes. Just a quick little defant. And then, like, you're out adventuring, having a blast. Like, oh, what's that? Oh, what's this? I'll to grab me some of these and some of those, and and then, oh no, we got stuck again. All right, now we gotta quickly get back. One. Yeah, my existing like fuel power production facilities can absolutely do an upgrade. I'll see, did I hook this up correctly? I did. Yeah, and this is why I need a dedicated like factory. You're all turboed out. Right now we don't have anyone here making like motors for these. I just give me both or two. You know, I got tired with the this area. It turned into, I wanted to have a sort of like connected logical factory. Now it turned into, well, logical spaghetti, you know. It's technically still kind of spaghetti. See, this one is still a nice factory. I spaghettified my catwalks, but that was by choice. I'm very happy with that choice. But then everything else sort of like just grew into where it fit. Though I am ultimately pretty happy with how it all turned out. With my choices of improv and so on. You are low on aluminum casings. Which implies... Now you are, yeah, low on aluminum ingots. Which is weird. Now, can we bring in the bauxite? I guess that one train's worth that we keep on bringing in is getting drained rather quickly. Right. Double check. Everything is moving as they should. That's probably aluminum primus. Well, it's the only one coming down from the south. The other trains are moving around a-okay. We got plastic Rubbermaid and sulfurous nitro. Oh well. It happens. Got 183. Let's double these like 20 a minute. Steal what we can from here. Now it's 196. We did 200. So we're gonna have a spark splitter here. So left is any, forward is overflow currently. Almost. Close, but doesn't actually intersect. And there we go. Now they can keep on producing, keep on making those. It's all A-O-N-K. Ah, no. Thank you, Pal Word. It'll get you. Peaches? Oh, Lord. You're covering my innocent eyes. You're playing Pal World. That innocence is long gone, friend. Oh, the further you go. The cutesy nonchalance, just extreme horrors will never end. It is just amazing. If you think the peach is bad, but you'll just build some pal beds or like, well, no. Lavender, and the other, like, the pal just descriptions are just, no. Amazing. Like those. That's those. It's those. And that's those. I was wrong. Lavender is not allowed in my base. The line will be drawn. Yeah. I know, father. Well, that's a good thing. You can always choose to just shoot them down. Just gun them down while they're coming at you. You can catch one, so you can get the like the entries and things, and then you put your cleaver out, and you know, just cut them apart. That's what one does. Now with the free diffract, here we go, and this. Look for the super pooper computer hooter. It'll be faster, just run this way a little bit. And you are in need of computers, which means that the computer storage is empty, and you're sad because you got no plastics. Jeez, yeah. Oh yeah, the plastic exports. I might have turned them off. I'm not entirely certain. Can I see my like timetables from the map? No, of course not. That'd be too handy. So I'll have to go here and check out you. No, okay. It has gone up from 0, so things are being delivered. Even if a little slowly. Try it again. There. And then pap, 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 pap.
Milestone reached. This is not a competition, but other pioneers, such as 83CKY and U531355, had already completed project assembly by this point. Fix-It was obviously wrong
Oh,
about you,
no.
but perhaps so was I.
I didn't read the first one.
Regardless, you have
The second one,
finally
the one,
unlocked the
was
quantum
useless.
encoder, which requires vast fluctuating power and excited photonic matter to produce
Ooh.
highly complex parts. Do not make the same mistakes managing the resulting dark matter residue as you did other byproducts. Project part number 11, the AI expansion server, is now your highest priority. Galaxy-wide project management is taxing to even the most advanced among us, especially those who have to manage
Among
the
us.
less advanced.
Sus.
Like kittens and puppies,
Mhm.
who are definitely still waiting for you to save them.
I love Ada. I mean, she's just such a like direct villainous boss in her just blatant manipulation. Just love her to bits. Absolutely amazing. And we have we need to hunt down some more Mercer spheres. Oh, and we did the thing, so we just unlock the next one. And also double check what the heck did I actually unlock it right now. The quantum encoding. Now we can build the quantum encoder. We can make excited photonic matter, dark residue matter, crystals, the superposition oscillator, which we need for spatial energy regulation, which allows for the singularity cell, which we can use to make the alien power device more efficient, if I remember correctly. And I think we need those also for the magical portal machines, which could be fun. These ones really then enable the whole having multiple factories far away from each other. Makes it easier. I mean, hypertubes are nice and all, but it's quicker to slap one of those down. Bigger blueprints could be cool, but I gotta say, this would have been nicer to put into like the earlier tier, because then here you'd be like, oh cool, but I have the blueprint. Now I can like expand my production to meet the needs here, rather than, because at this point, well, we're gonna now pick, I don't know, just slap together whatever factory, you know, it doesn't really matter anymore at this point, because you're on the home run here. But the excited photonic matter, if I remember correctly, is also what we need for the not rocket fuel, but the one after that one, the ionized fuel. We don't even make any rocket like turbo like rocket fuel, so we're probably gonna skip that one entirely once we need, because we're gonna need even more power eventually. For now, though, it's a-okay. And yeah, so I'm wondering, should I maybe go for the blueprint or this one? We'll go with that one for now. Here, no. You know what? Fine. Okay. We click-clack back the sort machine. We whip out the slip. Ramp up this production. Because you're doing okay. And yeah, this one just wants, and it needs, and it craves more pewters. Let's loop you up. You eat 7.5 computers a minute, you produce 6.25. It'll be fine. It'll be fine as long as we don't look too close. And yeah, our ammo production is also kind of non-existent. Need to fix that. You don't need these shards at all. You can totally make 1.25. You can hang on the sloop so you double your output to 2, but you don't need to make them faster. Now, did we unlock anything that might help us? Don't think so. Hello, I just realized I'm not pretty enough for my mental problems being cute. Wait. Like, hello, I just realized I'm not pretty enough for my mental problems being cute, so I just suffer. And how are you? Hey there, Sankira. How dare you say such awful things about my friend Sankira? Kira's very cute. The cutest. Let's see how this would work. And I'm doing okay. My mental problems are also... I mean, I bought more meds today, but I didn't get the meds I wanted because apparently that recipe had ended. So, there's that. Otherwise, doing okay. Had a tasty brunch today, and I have a little bit of rum and coke here next to me. So that's nice. And also, a factory game is progressing. And I was even a little worried, to be honest, before stream, like, oh no, how's this stream gonna go? Am I gonna have fun? Because that is one of those truths that I realized, watching streamers and then, streaming, is that a streamer who's not having fun doesn't make the best content. And yes, I do know that sometimes that is me. Sorry about that. And I realized building everything is going to take a while, and not having these things plugged in was kind of silly, because this is a direct, almost direct. Now you should be now, you see, they're 2 at a time. Nice. Making more of these fixite McTrigons. Trigons be bygones. But the good thing is, turns out I was wrong. I'm having a blast. Having a good time. It's on my team. Having a ball. So please, don't stop me now. Oh, damn. Actually, great. Surprisingly good. Oh, well, thank you. I'm very happy. Like all your streams that I've had, as I've got a streak of 68. That is true. Depot keeps on streaking. All through the RCR streams. Barely legal, but hey, keeps getting away with it. He's a mad lad. And we love him. Thanks, Depot. And just because we can, we're going to turn that into one of these. Look at that. Magic. Sci-fi magic. Jesus Christ. Look at him go. Spinning so fucking fast. Faster than you can possibly imagine. I mean, no, not really. It's 1,200 per minute, so. This guy's more or less standard output. Brrr. Miner goes brr. Mark thinks it's fast. It is! But, again, thank you, Deep. That's very kind of you to say, Depot. I do my best, and I try to be entertaining. I know I don't always succeed, but hey, such is life. Do our best, though. Okay, but we did the math. We figured out the stuff. And I just remember, yeah, that was the reason why we didn't get back there to finish the milestone, because we wanted the Mark 6 belt. So that's good, I guess. Is that a mod? I thought there's no way to extract all ores from maxed out tier 3 miner. Hey, no, that's not a mod. That is just a ECB, let's see, a logistics conveyor belt Mark 6. Transports up to 1,200 resources per minute. Unlocked in the final phase 5, which came out in the 1.0 release. So yes, the maxed out Mark 6 wasn't fully extractable back before 1.0. It is now though. In the early access days, you just couldn't. And that is actually a pretty fun one, because they allowed people to make mods, but in the base game, you know, it's just a little frustrating, like, oh, why can't I get everything from this? So that's a good way of having, like, you know, dangling something in front of the players, like, oh, well, in the future, maybe you can, maybe you won't. Well, you'll find out, you know? Oh my, so speed unlock everything belts, then build factory. One factory at a time, you know? One tier at a time. Takes time. Because this thing is super cool and all, but it's pointless before you get the Mark 6, Mark 3 miners, which also I do believe you only get either at the end of phase 4 or in the beginning of phase 5, so they are complementary. Yeah, no mods, not a single mod in my game, pure vanilla. I keep on meaning to get a single mod, which is a cartography mod, but I forget, and then I don't. And he's like, meh. It happened. Too late. Can't fix, won't fix. Throw some Sam in it. And I'll give you some ingots of the Gringotts. Wait, that might have been a mistake. Yeah, we are constantly below. Our maximum consumption is actually at 27,000. Capacity is 14. So I'll remove those. I think I might have put in some shards in this thing for, like, no real reason. Which means we do those. I'll disconnect you one more time, because there's more than enough fixed site to keep this thing running for quite a while. So we'll get all of our belts. Excellent. And the time crystals are already being made. So that's working. Alright, so we did the math. We need 6 water extractors to feed 13.3, so 14 blenders to make enough sulfuric acid to feed 22.2, so 23 refiners for making just insane amounts of Caterium ingots. And then some of those Caterium ingots will be going through these machines to feed into those to make our freaking tripods, whatever. And then we'll be feeding all of that into drone ports. Now, one of the issues I have here is the problem that we need batteries to be brought in here. And we're probably going to have to build like a buffer of sulfur, because the sulfur consumption is it's more than 600. And the only like sulfur source I have like drone connected here would be at maximum mining out 300. I mean 600, but the drone then I didn't have multiple drones going back and forth, which is by itself not a problem. But the thing is, this isn't feeding anything that is also consuming Caterium ingots currently at that rate. That way, and then we're going to eventually, and if we do, we'll have to then bring in the trains and then connect the train network via here and that road here, so we have a T crossing above here. And then those trains can also bring in more sulfurs if needed. So we're going to build a factory that can, in theory, consume every single bit of ore as soon as it's produced. In practice, it won't. Simply because we just don't have anything to be exported at that speed at this point. But mostly this will be our Caterium ingot main producer and main fixed site ingot producer. Yeah, fixed site ingot. Yeah, we will not be exporting the Trigons, because 1 goes into 3. So this is more like resource dense. This is the same for this one, yeah? Yeah. 3 and 4 into 1. So fixed site ingots are more sensible to export than, you know, both SAM and Kateria. Plus, then we need to get the SAM in here, which will then... I think we're gonna go more heavily into the drones, or we bring it via the most inefficient way we got, by trucks. Which could be just funny. Because we do have a truck stop. Ah, no. I mean, yes, we could. Yes, because we do have a truck stop here that is exporting a reanimated SAM. Reanimated SAM truck stop right here. It is currently importing stuff here. We could add it to the imports options for the truck to have a truck also coming here, just because it'll, you know, look fun. And then we'll actually have at least one truck actually making use of the extended road network over here. So that's actually is not a bad idea per se. But mostly we have the pure SAM node connected here. We have a train network right next to it. And let us have a quick look-see here at reanimate SAM. And yeah, so the ore is not something you want to export, but the reanimated SAM is more is a denser material. Oh, okay, yes, perfect. So the pure one will then also be exporting it so that we can turn that into dark matter residue. And then yeah, so we'll have a reanimated SAM factory effectively right next to that SAM node. And then the reanimated SAM goes in a train or two, and those trains then come here to drop off for the fixed site. Oh, terrible. Sorry, production. And you can add it to an existing game. Oh, yeah, I know, Sekira. I know I can add the mod to the existing game. As far as I know. Oh, and hello, Jabin, on the YouTube side. Sorry for not noticing that earlier. I'm getting like way too like audio blind from my own sound markers. I keep on talking about that I need to make like a variety of them with different tones, so that the tonal variety would stop me the whole. So I actually like notice when they happen. And also just make them more annoying, I guess, so they really stick out. Because sometimes, some of them are like more like beep sounds, and then we have this like electronic music. There's a beep out of sync, and I might not like to, you know, brain might not react to it. Alright. Okay, so the blender takes in the water. I kind of want to make the... I mean, it's a little inefficient, but that never stopped me before. Plus, we need pillars for our cool little coal power plant there. I otherwise like it, but the large platform is way too floaty. Yeah. So sulfur imports with a drone for the acid will be on the water, a bit like an oil rig, like long pillars holding up the factory. The drone port on top. Sulfur comes in from the top. Beneath it, the water extractors. That's the concept here. We need 5.5 water extractors. Well, that would be 6. So 6 water extractors. 3 on both sides. Go in to give out 666 units of water. So that's Mark II belt times 2. We have to split the outputs. Which is okay. So we can have one Mark VI belt, but it just both ends then go up, so then there'll be 2 pumps, and then they can meet like in the middle, in the upper level where the blenders are, and which will be 14 blenders. That is heckin' huge. If we do them in 2 rows or 2 levels, that'll be 7 and 7. Well, time to get to work, I guess. So we'll start out by slippity slapping down some foundations. Just so we make sure that we are following the grid. Because I like building that way. So then we'll have the grid there. The distance sidewise is quite literally arbitrary. And after doing this, I think that, yes, we do here, and we change you to a half foundation version. Bring in a power line so we can keep on flying and floating about. And then we look at our organization. No, back in production, we find the water extractor. Choose a, I don't know, vague spot. You want to be like fully underwater? I'll be fine. I'll build one there so that I can then build a pipe. Straight. That's good. Don't do it, I don't remember the puppies. Oh, hey there, Termac. How you doing? I'll do my best. Those goddamn puppies will never forget what they did. Yeah, when I got sold, that's what they did. Okay, let's do a little experiment here, because I want that... There we go. And now... I wonder. The freak. See, that's good. It looks like it's sort of on that corner. Nothing else you can use as a measuring tool. So we look at that. It is just slightly inside. Like that. Good old, no one's gonna see this but me. And yet, that was somehow too close. Let's try it again. And then that works. Perfect. So now the first two have been placed. Then it's much easier to go and place the rest. Probably should just make these. There we go. Now we could daisy chain these, but then the cable goes through the inside, and I'm not really a fan of that one. How would this look? Okay, we can't take half steps, which is less than amazing. There. See, now they don't clip into each other. And it looks slightly less silly than when these things. Let's see here. You would. Oh, would you look at that? I accidentally got these. Follow the grid. Far better than expected. I'm okay with that. Yeah, that all can wait. So there we'd have all the water we need, and then on top of these, there would be the blenders. Now blenders are pretty freaking big. Sorry about that. You'll be coming in at inside 1/4 of these, but that is also fine, and we can probably do some funny shenanigans using pillars. Thing is, that is a half. So if we look at the foundation, no, not the foundation, the architecture, we find a good old big concrete pillar, which is, you see, it's sort of the same size of one of these. And I kind of want to see how these would work out. You see, you put one up. And there we go. And in this way, I also now remember and realize I could have replaced this one with these, and that would look pretty neat. Oh, yes, but then the placement of these, where they, like, you find the middle of your half foundation or foundation, because they have the foundation like attachment point. Pillars don't have that. But what you can do is, after you build the thing, you remove all of these, because the pillar's like lowest point there is at the same spot, like same height as the top of these half foundations. So this should we can put these here. Okay, I kind of want to just. So you'd hit a seam. That one's on. You'd hit a seam. Would you still hit a seam? If you do, we'll. Yes. Yes, you do. Then we can work with this. I mean, look at that. Look at that. It looks so intense. How the heck did that happen? I don't know. There we go. Hide the shame, and we're all a-okay. Then, I was wondering, like, how do we get these two to meet? Because if you had a concrete going that way and a concrete going this way, you see, because it's only in one direction where the corners are, you know, slightly goes inside. So what was they would make an excellent sort of sideways, you know, like a little wall. which sort of I was imagining this. But now this looks excellent. And I'm assuming, oh gosh darn it, we can do the same thing here as we did with the frames and the foundations. Look, yes, because the inner things like clip inside, and some of these corners are like externs. They clip the other way, so now they look like they're more, you know, inside each other, but in a sort of logical way, because concrete has been now cast around a metal frame. And with the way these work, I have a feeling we should even be able to oh, I can't put a... Okay, because these pillars are not facing this... Wait a minute, because they won't clip because they're facing the same way. But if I turn you around... we can cheat. I mean, the Z fighting is less than ideal. But other than that, see, okay, they look great right now from this direction. So there's a mode for stopping the Z fighting. We might need to look into that. Now, how about from this direction? Yeah, because the sides, no Z fighting. Front and back. So the bottom pretty much ends up doing some Z fighting. But not the top. And not the sides. Which means they'll be doing the same thing. But from just this direction, right? Because that is okay. The Z fighting can stay only like inside where we can't really see it. I think these could look like some rather interesting looking pillars. Now that looks very neat. And if we go here and have a little look-see, you see the Z fighting is actually happening there. Okay, a little on the sides as well, which is tragic. I was thinking if it only like in between, so we could have like put signs there or something. Like what would be a good size? Wait, then the organization. 3 meter one? Yeah, see, a 3 meter one would be kind of perfect. It doesn't hide it perfectly. Oh, kind of worked. But most importantly, it looks okay from this direction. And I think that's pretty much as high as we want to go here. I'm just jacking my own train here. Well, like, you know, stroking my own ego, but I'm really happy about that accidental discovery. Because I like all the like different materials we have, but I wish there was more like mixed material foundations or something. So that's, you know, update request for the future. Add more pillars. I know they just did with the whole round pillar, but could you have like a mixed material one like this? I'm gonna look at it. Or do something about the models so there's less chance of Z fighting. Like just put that level slightly further in, and be golden on the both sides. or let the engine sort of recognize this combination that like if this then that, where like then you just move this one layer, like just nudge it in there, because these very obviously fit perfectly together, like here as well. Look at the architecture option. It's not in the proper foundation, but under architecture we find these things, and they work pretty well to put together. So if we go here and there, you know, see, it fits the existing pattern, and the things that stick up, and things that go further in. So these like really enhance each other. So it feels like they were, you know, designed to work together. Now I wonder if we look at the materials for the foundation. See, the fix-it foundation does hide it because it has its own like corners sticking out. And the grip metal have the same thing. Coated concrete works together. Also works quite well. Actually, now that we see that, how about we do that? And then, yeah, voila, it is actually fits into the existing pattern. It does enhance it. The grippy of the metal. Same deal, I'd say, but how do you look with your basic asphalt? Honestly, a little boring. The coated concrete looks very cool with this, but so does your basic concretes. I think basic concrete might even look better because it has that pattern in the middle, and now it feels like they all like just, you know, fit together. Plus, you know, concrete is usually then cast around a metal support structure anyway, so part of that metal sticking out is okay in my books at least. But that's enough arty-farty theorizing, because this guy now needs a hat. And what a glorious hat it is. And yeah. How do we... Because the true grid is here. It follows this on the side. So your center is off the grid. We'll get creative about it somehow. Because the height is still fine. We just need to do that, this. Switch over to make this open. There we go. Now we have some foundation pieces following the true grid, which is what we want to do because we might have bits of this with catwalks and whatever connecting with another building, because that's the kind of shit I end up doing usually. And that will allow for the catwalks and all that to meet up just fine. Now you are... Actually, you're kind of okay there. I'll allow it. Even better for this one, maybe we change it up when we try using something like the grip metal foundation. So now it looks like, yeah, this is supporting a proper metal structure above. Yeah, I like it. It got me convinced, chat. Because that is a half. We don't have a see-through half foundation. I was wondering if we could have a like opening here in the middle so you could like see down from up here. And well, it'll stay as a maybe. And for you, you get power. For now, you just do this. And that. Because that'll allow me to have a slightly larger, flying area. One of the things I need. So minimum size of... Wait, is that 9? In other words... And we might even end up removing this pillar completely and replacing it with just frame pillars going up as well, and we have the pipe go like inside the frames. Yeah, that could look neat. In case we want the pillars to actually just, I don't know, be in the corners and stuff. Yeah. Alright. Now, let us see how large is a blender. Answer is fucking humongous. Could I have all my inputs coming in from the middle? And outputs going on the side? I think that's doable. Then we're gonna want enough space to fit it all. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. No more aluminum fucking casings. Well, the aluminum house is right there. Okay, we're gonna have to give them a quick little visit. Angry feedback. Alright, what the heck, guys? Well, it's my own fault. Because I had a little aluminum factory, like casing factory in there, that I then had to remove because, I made space for the ingot export, which is fine. But now we're gonna have to add our own separate little thing. Scenery, yeah. Lovely scenery in it. And the aluminum factory. So we have a second belt coming from you. Let's see here. Yes. And then here we do the grip metal foundation, because why the heck not? Followed by some sweet, sweet magical beams. And that's just how we roll. Half step up. You know what? That's okay. I can live with that. And you make aluminum casings. At that kind of speeds. Powered by a little clippy cheesy, but you know, gets the job done in the end. There we go. Either that or... Now that would have been fun, but alas. Half step down. Half step down. Making a 4-lane rail with pathing. Actually works. Plans to be the main road for transport going in a huge circle around the perimeter. Well, gotta say, that's not pretty goddamn cool. think this might look better here. There we go. Actually, wait, no, that's dumb. There we go.
I
So,
bought my blind friend a cheese grater for his birthday. He later told me it was the most violent book he'd ever read.
I like that one. Thank you. Well done, Deco Snacks. And hey there, Carpet Thighs. Hope you're doing well. Sorry for the late reaction. Yeah, the path thing is a little funny, and especially with the multiple. So I've seen people try to do like more like complex pathing, and they had tricky things with it. I had like just 2 lanes, 2 dedicated lanes, simple T crossing without logic, and it all worked just fine. The trains take care of themselves, just use the signals. My roundabout is too tight for trains with multiple wagons, so that's why we have to have the dedicated right turn, because if they go all the way around, they'll hit themselves. So for that kind of trains, if a larger roundabout might be handy, but because we're combining all the road network we have, it just works. As long as you have a dedicated right lane, it's all a-okay. Now this is now a completely functional, fun little side, because you're just feeding into that thing. That's all you do. Eating from there, feeding into here, and you're producing them at 120 a minute. So if for whatever reason, because that is the upload speed we have. Remove you, so it'll always have a sort of constant flow. So that's dealt with. Heck, I can throw in those in there. Oh, that thing is full of time crystals. So that solved that issue. Excellent. We've had that sort of issue a couple of times. I mean, this kind of like dedicated feeder machines is actually pretty neat. We switch on over back to the fuel-based one. We've got a butt slider too. And we hope this remains. Have a little sippy sip. 4 hours, that sounds a good time for another sippy sip of my own. There we go. Excellent. The most violent book you ever read. His hands just crying blood. Okay. Now I need to fly around a little and see if we can make a choice. You see, we do rows of 7. And we can't evenly split 14. Yeah, 4, 60, yeah. Can't do it in rows of 3. Now 2 of these facing each other would still be now 2 like that where they'd share one port, so we can get the splitter to be right there. One, two, three. One, two, three, four. That's 7. We could do that sort of setup twice on top of each other. It'll be a slightly taller building than ours. No, that'll be fine. So 2 of those layers, then the upper half has the imports. I don't think we can fit another. That'll be like half a. Wait. Now this one is fine. They would have 8 on one, leaving us with only needing 6 on the other floor. Meaning we don't have a, then need to have a complete cube straight up, and it would lend it some, yeah. Because then we can fit the drone import on one side there, I think. In a sort of neat or neat-ish way. Hey, drones are coming. Oh, you do like a spiraling landing. Cool, fun little moth thing. There, now some Sam. Okay. Thinking that would mean we need to then have at least one more layer of these then. So that this thing's outside isn't exactly like directly against the wall. And we could, of course, have it maybe. depending on the wall, of course. So what if we looked at, no, wrong button. The, not these, but these funny things. The frame wall. Huh. Honestly, I'm pretty okay with this. Okay. Good to know. So you need to be here so I can make these walls first. And then we can look at getting rid of those. I'm pretty okay with that. Huh, looks kind of neat actually. But what I was thinking about was having a look-see at not these, but the glass frame foundations, especially. Down the middle. Move those. Yeah, I'm seeing it. But it could probably also be set to the... I'm planning it. Oh, the wrong machine! Probably should have checked the recipe first. Nitric acid is in blender, yes. Sulfuric is in the refiner. McWhoops. Well, we got the neat wall out of it, so that's nice.
Andas in fuel. Andas ut fuel.
Exactly, couple of snacks. Breathe in and breathe out. Yeah. But in the end, it's fine because we got the walls to sort of like accidentally. If you try to build them on the foundation here, then they'll be on top of this thing, and then they're like, nicely aligned. Yeah, my save is getting a bit too crowded because, yeah, the assets are slowly just not loading in properly. Well, that's okay. It looks good enough from far away. It looks good if you squint your eyes. So then we look at the refiner. Well, the good thing is, it should be easier to fit, actually. Now, if we aim to have, say, you here. And there. And we'll see. It's 1. Cool. And there you go, sulfuric acid. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Now the good part is, yeah, so now we can fit all 14 on one layer. And we do that alignment, so then we have y'all coming in. Yep, looks good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Might not need the sort of giant wall at all. This thing's entire function was just to make the sulfuric acid. I mean, okay, the giant wall can stay here because we can then attach the drone port facing this way. Because we kind of need that way. The other option is to have the drone port facing that way, which of course does remain an option. Outputs are liquids and they can all flow this way. Now we're making... What was the ratio here? 1:1. So we're still making 666 units of sulfuric acid. So it'll be 2 tier 2 pipes. And I guess we'll add liquid buffers in between. If, for nothing else, then also to maybe like look neat. Fair enough, fair enough. How about a big frame pillar? That's a nope. So I was wondering, like, what if they would be, like, matching with the top of the floor there. Answer is no. Then we're gonna do I can know it. Hacking cross beams. Now this might be a little too early for the beams, but whoops. Can't be helped. There. Yeah, those look good. Put those in the corners. Again, completely wrong order of operations here. We're decorating a structure that doesn't have its, anything set up yet. So, that's a mistake. But it's a mistake I made before, and I'll do it again. You can't stop the chat. You're not my real dad. Are you? Good. And you sink into the ocean, so we don't need to care about clipping in some concrete. I like the frame stuff, but we're gonna have to do something different here. Like, how about putting one of these? One of those there. No. Nope. That doesn't work. I like the idea of these like coming in here, going all the way through. I think those look neater because the corners sort of stick out there because the sort of cut corners on the concrete. This looks interesting, to be honest. And then you have these left here on the corners because they're getting sort of cut in. Okay, I'm gonna just do that a few more times. Just gonna see. I wish I could do this, but there's a bit too much undesired clipping going on as well. And yeah, one of the problems is we don't have anything that is like a slope that's also a half foundation kind of situation, which is what we need here. Nor is there an angled slope within the frame foundation sort of family here. So we do that. Then that looks a little funny. We do that, but then that looks a little dumb. So we can't clip them inside each other either. One more thing to try. One of those in there. And then one of those. I'm seeing it. What if we change into this one? Again, yeah, the size is wrong. For this one to make sense, you'd need to do, yeah, something like this. So what if then... that. You see, then this would look slightly better. No, no, that's Z fighting. But in the end, yeah. This is the only option we have. Then it'll be centered on the thing. And if we want angles, we can add angles, and this has the whole extended support feel to it. No. And that way we can have an... How is it, a weird looking pillar here as well? And we have one of those on every corner here. You know what? Think, considering the fact that I'm doing this in such a silly way, it'd probably be easier to do it this way. We then first do a... No, not you. Doesn't actually matter. How would a metal one look inside here? Okay, the metal looks interestingly robust. Now the corners, and this one has the same. The bottom clips through, and the top has the Z fighting. I would really like this to work because I like it the corners being visible. Hey there, Blackthorn lives. I appreciate that. I like that booty shaking. There we go. I didn't know I could make golden concretes. What's going on? Oh, hey, Blackthorn. It's going okay. Having a good time. And figuring out how to make, you know, some decorative support pillars. And otherwise, yeah, doing good. Hope you're well as well, Blackthorn. Always lovely to hear from you. Yeah, so now the sort of pattern's almost even more pronounced than it was just concrete. I guess they have the metal, the effects does that. The gold looks pretty neat. How about a copper one? And quote unquote unpainted, which is just metal. I like the vibe. a weird and blue like. Carbon steel looks pretty sweet. Chrome seems to be the same, just a tiny bit lighter. I think it's very dark in this one. So I think we go with the carbon steel finish. Gold was fun. But now they're all the same color. So the top half with the chrome. Lower half of the so-called unpainted. Yeah, all good. Doing some Pal World work in yet another Pal World community server. Well, the work of a pal is never over. It's never over. They better be working. Heckin' pals. It's a fun game. It's a shame that everyone's playing it, because I'd love to keep on playing and streaming it, but you know, hits the numbers poorly. And of these, I think the unpainted actually just wins. Yeah. Like icon. We do. And we do. Frame concrete. Support pillar 1. Save. Clear. And then we'll see the bounce. Yeah. That should be all of those. Yeah, this thing will be redone into like just frames, and then the pillar, the pipe goes through. Now, where the fact that it is sort of off center can be hidden. And those came out pretty well, actually, these support pillars. All right, so I'm going for the sort of like similar structure to an oil rig. And framecrete there. And the good thing is that unlike the other design that we had, this one isn't... well, it doesn't have a like backside. That's a problem. So yeah, the sides look different. I'm okay with that. And with the extra paint job, it looks pretty fancy in a way. Because this one has a backside with all the Z fighting, which is bad. We don't like that. We don't like it when our Z's get to the fighting. This way, yeah, we can have the pipe come in and follow that or whatever. Yeah, that makes sense. Makes sense. Feels cohesive. Now, you are making sulfuric acid.
Hi, Hanu. How are we doing today? Hopefully better than me. I woke up to one of my screens not working. Again, T-do-T. Like it's just black. Though it's registering that it exists, and sound even comes out of it. So I really don't know what I broke. LOL.
Oh, well, that's tragic. And hey there, Jody. Nice hearing from you. And I'm most definitely doing better than that. I've had a couple of nights of really bad sleep, and last night I actually had a okay sleep. So already feeling just fantastic thanks to that. And our progress towards phase 5 is going okay in game, so that's nice. Sleep is good. Sleep is amazing. The less you have of it, the more you start appreciating it. And then the progress in the game is going surprisingly well so far. We'll try not to jinx it. Hopefully I didn't do it already. And saying like it's just black, it's registering that it exists and sound comes out. All I can really think of is like, have you tried like plugging it in off and on again? Like if they make sure the cables are connected properly. Have you tried it with another cable in case something is wrong with the cable itself and not the screen? Like your HDMI cable or PGA, whatever cable, what kind of cable your current screen is using. Because yeah, it could be then a contact issue, it could be a cable issue, and then of course, sadly enough, can be a screen issue. It's hard sometimes to have another cable, I don't think. I'll have to search. Yeah. It's one of those things you have to just keep on like just eliminating other possibilities. It's always sort of important instead of first thinking like, oh no, my screen's broken. But in fact, it could have been the cable. Then also, if you have more than one, if your screen is using HDMI, make sure you also then try to change out the port on the computer itself, because it could be the port on the computer that's broken, So like just different kind of like combinations and see what happens. Taking a bit, yeah. And those are my amateur recommendations. The cube is cubing, making them fixed site, and fixed sites are making the trigons. Excellent. And the sulfuric acid oil rig is slowly but surely coming together. Now we have those on top. I don't think we're gonna wanna have walls quite as big as these. And I might change the foundations in the middle. I'll hope and pray. Well, tragically often that's all we can do. So I also hope for the best. And hopefully it'll all work out just fine. Now one thing we should start with is, of course, with the sulfur imports. We're gonna then have to have a floor where we just put all kind of software into like a container, pretty much. And then someone needs to bring in batteries. I kind of like the height here, so we can still make use of this thing. So let's see here. We can then add in transport, drone port. So, you know, why are we doing this now this way? Because I just sort of, you know, just like I said, just realized like, wait, I could be importing software as we speak. Alright, so what's a good height here? So we could put it here. Yeah, this one is not taking any imports anyway. Your fuel import hole will be acceptably placed. Your export hole is acceptably placed. Come on. There. Have a battery. Have a drone. I kind of feel like... No. Pushing the wrong button, apparently. Now, it added all these leggies. I don't want there to be this many silly little leggies. We don't have a good... Okay, so we could have the make it the crazy ass Mark 6 here. So we can have it like first output its stuff to, you know, wherever. Height. And then there we have a storage container. So first thinking like we could send it back that way. But the placement is a little unfortunate, but it might not be. Okay, let's see here. So if we do this into that, allowing you to be sort of instantly emptied, in theory. Need to go get a special cord. How to go see. Now, hoping for the best, my friend. Hoping for the best. That's like one. So that didn't want to like fit well, because it had those legs. I didn't like the legs there. Now can I put in the... This one again. So now it's like they're just on the edge, just sticking out just right. Tiny little half step down. They're kind of clipping, but not necessarily in a problematic way. Let's see. So either you clip in like this, or it's like this. That's like potentially okay, but now those weird legs are gone. Worth a try? Yeah. Sorry. So, no, the more I'm looking at this, even when I turn on the screen, nothing shows up. Like the screen's logo startup thing doesn't show up. Knowing my full screen today it is. Disconnect the power, push the power button to empty its circuits, and then replug the power cord. Worth a try, no change. Alternatively, keep the power cable disconnected for 5 to 10 minutes. If it's still black, you have a problem. Yeah, because sometimes there's like certain circuits. It takes a while for all the power to like run out from inside an electrical machine. That's why you usually have to keep them turn them off and keep them turned off for an X amount of time. And sometimes for something that even that's not enough, you have to unplug it because some circuitry is still always passively grabbing some electricity. So to wait, like plug it out, wait for it all to really truly disappear from there, and then plug it in again. But all we can do is really hope for the best. Clip you in there. All right. Okay, so it does need to take that one half step down. That won't then work. Also, you need to take like one step to the right. looks good. That looks good. Now there's clipping. Try one more time. Gotta celebrate. Now step down. That looks... Okay, somehow now we got it to clip just the way I wanted it to. Still put in the tiny little footsies. I have a risk of giving you a little bit of a punch. Well, that's fine then. There. Extreme exports. Don't really have the money to be spending on new computer parts, lol. I know the feeling. I live in like constant fear of something breaking. Oh god. Now what? Open the power to help them. Replug power. Always check video cable connections, even though it seems it's probably connected. Yeah. Check, connect, wiggle. Alright, let's try this. get number 6 just because we can, pretty much. Now then from here you go here. 6. When the walls have holes, we don't need wall holes. Now, they do not need Mark 6s here, like, at all, in any way. But we're gonna just use everything Mark 6s. Because, you know, we're in Phase 5 now. Why not use the most expensive thing we can for make, like, tiny little inputs of 50 per minute with a belt that can handle 1,200 per minute. Plus, they're all shiny and nice. All neat, like. So now, I'll put the batteries back in there. And we flip. And we drone. And you are... Deuterium. Sulfur import. Deuterium East, for import, and I say that's your name, and we connect it to the power there, and I give you a destination, sulfur export East. I'm assuming just because there is no drone there. So we can add another drone. Pretty much specifically to the other one. So the idea is that this one will in no way be able to like feed the need of all of these. So that's what I'm hoping, like, just let them run for a little while and fill up the container we put in here. Part of me is thinking about maybe having another container here on the side. It's levitating a little. And to make these fit, it'll have to go further up, not further down. And it's kind of on empty air. The good thing is there is a rain floor. There you go. Now the whole thing looks slightly more supported. I wish they had like a half frame of these frame things. I want more of these frame bits. One thing we can do though. Let's see, can I do that? No, of course not. We'll remove you first. These. Ah. Well, you off center like just a bit? What in the butt? I see. And even the height's wrong. Oh, it is if we look at it like that. Take a teeny half step down. I think that explains a lot of the difficulties I was having. I really should have had a closer look. How do I... It's like one of those what's in each part, you don't kind of situations. Okay, so this will be better. At least kinda. And this is why I never get anything done. All these details. Now, so currently we're transporting 4 stacks per minute, which is not enough. We do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, that thing clipping through that thing is absolutely fine. The rest of it might not be though. Ultimately, it's fine. We'll just build the support sort of structure quote unquote correctly, and then we can do a new drone port if we need to. Come on. There we go. There. It ain't perfect, but hopefully it makes a little bit of sense. We can draw important needs stake a half step to the left. Even though right now it sort of fits perfectly with the holes here on these walls. Very tragic. Can't be helped. We'll just learn to live with it. In the meantime, how about we look at the transports, we look at the drones and we build. Oh, drone port already has a drone assigned to it, so we another similar drone with the other one. And then that'll, you know, be neat. We're already getting a whole bunch of sulfur coming in. Now they just need water pretty much, and the acid will flow. Congress, the planet is coming along swimmingly. What you building? Scarpathizen, sorry for answering so late. And yeah, I'm building a Caterium ingot facility. I mean, this thing's already backed up, but we're gonna make even more of it because we need to make the fixed site ingots, which needs reanimated SAM. So we're gonna be importing a whole bunch of that stuff. So I just wanted to make a facility that can, you know, theoretically make just insane amounts of stuff. And they came Stockholm. Hope you're doing well. I'm gonna steal that one. And then being delivered. The container is gonna have to stay there for now. We might have to move it. We'll figure it out. Okay, now one of the things we needed was another drone port for just bringing in batteries. So that'll be a thing we need to deal with as well. And that way we can have... There we go. All the batteries you could ever eat. Of course, that's dumb. You gotta go. Followed by you gotta go. And you gotta go for now. Now it's on the quote-unquote floor here. You know, the sort of real one. Sadly means at least the alignment is fixed. Actually, they can be fixed. So what if we changed it up? What if we had the... Okay. Okay. There we go. So what if... Still aim for the... Storage being here, but now it'll be, you know, facing the right direction. Yeah? We'll look at the beams again once, you know, shit's actually built. Have the inputs face a wall like that might not really be, you know, what is necessary. Okay. Alright, connections are good. There we go. And then we'll put the drone ports on top of these. Okay, one of them then just could like bring batteries, I guess. Will be, you know, sulfur import, deuterium export. Oh yeah, shut up, but I go building with the frames. And the idea was to try to have multiples of these to hold the sulfur for, because these guys are very, very hungry. And we just don't have the sort of sulfur production, to be honest. And I think That would make sense. Not, forget that guy, but, in general. So now it looks like these guys have some support as well. Where the thick pillars hold the actual production machines. Even if the floor they stand on looks a little, slim. And we can then expand here for... Whoa, there, no. Zupen. Some slightly more solid flooring. Alright, so now those angles look slightly better. Wait a minute, but how about... Why would you do that? See, they don't match. Okay, so where do I put a floor here then? And this on top of that one. Yeah, looks slightly better, but not really that much. Yeah, can't be done. Now these all are being, being layered on top of each other a bit too much. I guess that'd be better than nothing and all that. But it is looking sort of industrially imposing with all the framework work. So I'm pretty okay with that part. Then we just need... Okay, so let's see here. We then look at your exports. At Mark 6. And if we do want to have a like multiples of these, get those out of the way because they're not really achieving anything. There. Now the export goes directly into one of these. Which means we can do pointless buffering simply because we can. There. Again, store all, take all, store all. And look at him go. Now we can have a battery front sort of here. Now using these is a little tricky because they don't really want to behave all the time. Okay. Ah, but you're... No, that's fine, that's fine. Alright, looks like there's even more like actual support in the structure, even if only a little bit. And there we go. And you are steer him east. Sulfur import. And this port connects to sulfur export east. Doesn't really need its own destination. Oh, I'm really been underutilizing these buggers, haven't I? And you are Team East. Cat export. Meaning you become... You can be golden. Nah, bright yellow, that's good to solve for color. Okay. And actually make both of you, face each other, and that'll be fine. Now, where does the... magic of the battery come in. Now if we connect the battery belts, somewhere in the middle. Yeah, I like that. Now we'll have a splitter, and it might as well be there. I'm thinking that could be funny, and I realize we should just have one more exporter here and one here, because then we can have 2 exports, 2 imports. I like how, you know, I'm aim at invalid aim location, hold down control. It's too uneven. Well, let's try nudging it. And then suddenly it's okay. So you will be then the fixed site output. So we do Ethereum East fixed site export. And you are Ethereum East battery import. Oh. That's a good battery color. You get to be the standard, and you get to be nice and copper colored. Your exports would go yeah, perfect. Now then you connect there, you connect there, and you connect there. So then this thing that brings in the batteries and feeds all of those. Excellent. Come on. Come on. That's like the most annoying thing about building with these frames is because they not so much empty space, so it's hard to hit them sometimes. Then we'd have a, every support will be holding up the industrial block, then this frame support holding up all of these buggers, and here as well we can then add frames beneath here. So we might change these on for frame floors as well. We don't have a good sort of UE shape kind of thingy. Hoppa. Now we don't need it, because we can make one like this. Come on, you bastard. There we go. There's one of them there, and another one of them somewhere there. Okay, we'll leave you to potentially go all the way there. And no one should... Yeah. We're in... Yeah, everything should be aligning just fine. Yeah, sport beams everywhere. You gotta love it. Now the fixed site isn't being made or being sent anywhere, but the export location being here is A-OK. Batteries mean that all these can work just fine. Daisy chaining these friendos is also fine, but how do we then bring the power up here? Do we bring these? Well, these guys need their power somewhere as well. These guys can also be daisy chained. Ooh, I don't like that. You see, because he goes a little too close to the landing zone, and that breaks my immersion. But yeah, we can make it work with the magical power of, you guessed it, the catwalk. You see, with the catwalk, it looks like we should be able to pull off a... We'll start with just zooming in some of these T-junctions. There you see, because it fits in there. You see, I said I'm going to zoom in some T-junctions and immediately just delete all my fucking T-junctions. Oh yeah, because you're opposites. And then we'll do straight catwalk combines those. At this point, I feel like... I wonder if we could... get these two to meet. Doesn't really look like it, but I've been wrong before. Ooh, off by so little. Off by... Actually, yeah, off by so little. We can probably kinda make it work. Yeah. You see, this then turns into a... It clips in right behind there, so it looks... Holy shit, that actually looks pretty good. I'm very okay with this. Hey there, TubeUp Games. Hope you're doing well. How's only been tweeting you lately? I still haven't actually done a single run with the official, like, proper release of the aquatic DLC. I only did the pre-attempt thing, the beta test. Clips in a bit, but you know what? At this point, we're just gonna have to live with it. Can't fix them all, chat. Not even if it hurts. This way, you see there's a sort of a... You just step in and you're up here and you can walk across them and it's all hey-yo heckin' hey. And then, with what's the actual sort of plan here... Yeah. Oh, there we go. One of those there. One of these here. Can I do a half step? No. Oh. The answer is no. I wanted the sort of power box to be, you know, human accessible. Not that it matters at all. And then we're getting from the other side. We'll still do this. We might have to move that one. No, that looks good. Holy heck. It's all fitting together better than I was expecting, so that's always a win. Yeah, then we'll have to bring in the Caterium and the Fixite up here eventually anyway. But because, yeah, I forgot this entire thing was only supposed to do the acid. But that's okay, because then we'll have this like centralized drone area here, which is fine. These guys still need water. Everyone still needs power. So maybe we bring the power through here. Wait. Oh, do we bring it from here? I put this here just because the train looked fun. Holy shit. Of course, this one being a sort of long one, and I want to build it sort of without the direct support. So this one we actually use the straight walkway. Again, because it has that little extra, like, girder support beneath, so it looks more like it would actually be able to be, you know, nice and long and stand alone. I love building on the grid. Building on the grid brings me joy. Like, is there any point to come here? No. Oh, no, it is looking far more industrial than I could have hoped. Oh, we're gonna have to then have those, yeah, those beam throwers and things, and build something down here. I really need to start using more of these frames. They look amazing. They really give that. They really give that vibe. That'll do, I guess. You got the power, you got the fuel. You got your mission. You got drones on every port. How would the small pillar fit with this thing? Is it just me, or would it? Pretty perfectly, apparently. Heck yeah. Yeah, it ain't perfect with how they meet, but like I said, I'll take it. And he has that like long, dangerous walkway, but it has railings, so it's not that dangerous. Then you walk across here, all the way there. I kind of feel like maybe turn this into a T1 and then connecting it to that side as well. Again, none of this shit actually works yet, so I really shouldn't be doing this. But hey, so we roll, yo. Making battery-powered jet engines. Nice. Ah, of course. Now they all got power. They all got some sulfur. But no one has any water. The water exists down here. And I guess we can bring the sulfuric acid. Sort of like that. Okay. Did the same on this side now. That's one. Come on, yeah. I wonder, did that affect it? Yeah. Alright. Lack of beam. So that would be as it goes out. Collect somewhere. Okay, we do have this here as a sort of storage area. So the question is, how large is a large? An industrial fluid buffer. We need 2 of these because the final machine would in theory need 666. So in that way a smaller one would be better. But here as well, because the idea is to like just let it back up as much as possible. So that could do. Kind of fit there. Okay, this is a little funny idea. Can I flip it into the pillar in a way that makes sense? I feel like the answer might be yeah. Also means you could probably do it like that to shove it a little higher up. Then you clip into there a bit. Okay, clipping through the floor is not good though. How about a small fluid buffer, eh? We could have one here, I think. And that is a sort of slightly sneakier way. To have it like come through the wall. The being in there on the edges. Okay, and kinda doable. It might be better if we do that. And then this is clipping into that one just a tiny bit. What if we do a small half step? Unexpected little raise. Yeah, the height's fine. Half step to the left. Pipe remains straight. And goes in neatly enough. One more try. Can I get you here in the middle of this? Yeah, pipe still looks acceptable. Now with the angles going through there, it looks slightly more, you know, supported and all that. Yeah, I'm okay with this. Same here on the other side, then. Ah, won't work. So, idea was fun, but no. We can add to. We can try to add one of them somewhere else then. What? Interesting. All right. Now water. Let's see about getting the refineries and input pipe. I think we can just try to put these on like the pom 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 pom. There we go. Now they have a theoretical water input as well. Now we just get the water up here. means under logistics, we look for the floor hole. Put one there. See if that works. Would be pretty perfect. So it is there. That's good. Give me a quick sec. There we go. Now, little jump to the side here means that this is taking straight as well, which we can make the bottom part here at least look also a little nicer. Now this also means we need to then slap in some of these pumps. Now there will be more than enough water. See, they're already full of acid. Now the acid needs to go somewhere. And all of that acid was made to feed 22.222 machines. Also many refineries, so 22 refineries will then be needed. It's gonna take a while. Not the easiest build of that. Now we can at least do that. mild clippage. I think I'm gonna choose to leave with that one though. Ah, cool. Rain shadow. Dry bits left by the catwalks. Very neat. So we could leave those. Or add this. Not entirely certain what to do with this. But it looks mostly okay. So I shall deem that to be fine. Now the acid needs to flow into a crazy amount of refineries. Acids flow down. Now the question is, can we fit the refineries here like with these guys? And should we like replace these? With the frame floors. There, now everything looks like appropriately supported. We don't have those floating frame foundation pieces. Wouldn't happen to be Nah, it's good. Good. Don't look at it, it's fine. So I'm wondering if I could fit refineries here. So we wanted 22, so or 23. That'll be 11 plus 1. Means one of them could either be like sharded, like go. So then there'd be 11, 2 rows of 11. No, the stacks are too high, so we can't fit these like beneath there. Well, we can fit these. So we have the fixed site production be like underneath here because it'll just look neat. Meaning, yeah. Meaning we're gonna go here and have a little bit of a look-see and a little bit of a counting. So, width. How long until we this one? So it's 1 1/4. See, now it's on an edge. So that'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 4 of those takes 5. 4 into the 11, so or 12ish. So 3 times. So we need 15 tiles of width if one like these to be in 2 rows, which I think would be the smart way to go. Because that way we can have half of the production go to one row and half of that production go to the other row. Then their inputs. Yeah, so we have 15. Now if we have you here, for example, we scootly poop you a little bit further that way. No, we can't have them on top of each other because that guy's there. His position is pretty rock solid. There's that output, which then be split into many to feed into these. Output needs to just be here. Should be enough. That leaves half in the foundation, maybe a little extra for the mergers coming back. You need from here 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 5. We want 1, 2. At least 1 hole. Oh shit. Well, hello Raiders, welcome on in. Hey there, lazy blueberry panda. Hope we're doing well. Sorry everyone, by the way, I was a bit lost in the sauce there. A panda raid, welcome on in. What's up to Factory Town? How was that? I don't think I think I've heard of the game, but I don't yeah, but I haven't played it. Really chill and fun? Hey, nice. There we go. So, and welcome on in, Raiders. I'm alone. Those who don't know who I am, yeah. But how'd it go? Did you have a good time? And while you type that, we'll do the introductory speak. If I just get those down first. So, and hello. Those who don't know who I am, hi, I'm Hannu, son of Hannu, Finnish variety streamer, occasional game developer, and an avid fan of all kinds of automation, Colony Sims, and other fun games like that. And we are doing a sort of my third ever run in Satisfactory, because well, the first one would be when back when it was in early access. I think that would be the ones. And then one more when it was, came out into 1.0. And now with the 1.2, because they advertised with the whole that trucks are now actually like sensible option now. I wanted to have another go, see what all they've added. And I've been building a giant road network. It does include trains now. And now we're also adding in some drones. And I'm trying to, because we just entered phase 5, so start making fixed site. I'm going to make fixed site out of Caterium. The roads are built using magical power blueprints, and they're all hollow inside, so that if there is some unsightly spaghetti, it shouldn't be too hard to hide it. So we have a road network, which still has some levitating parts, because some roads lead to nowhere, because, not everything works. Using a lot of that to transfer power between places. And what you up to with Satisfactory today? Yeah. 1.17 retrofitting roads. Yeah, I just decided to start from the beginning because they've added like some new things. And it's been a few years since I played it. So now I've added roads. There's trains that run beneath the roads. They sometimes have to do some dips and stuff to avoid terrain. Well, a lot of the power transfers going through here. We have the power poles beneath the lights, because lights only have 2 connections, so you can daisy chain them. But then when you have a power line you want to go away from the road, then it's tricky. Then you have to add a power pole, and then it like breaks symmetry. So this way we have a feeling of symmetry down the road. We have universal vehicle paths. Then we can see trains beneath there. That needs a bit more support to be cohesive. Here we have a little concrete factory with its exporting train station. And this is where I've been making... So this is where we have a pure Caterium node. So I have just a row of smelters making Caterium ingots. Now I came here, added one of these, I'm just manually putting in SAM in a box. But that's not going to be very, enough, now will it? We're going to need more of it. I'm just doing this to sort of like get it to work. And I just did the math on like, because now we have the tier 6 belts, so we can get the full output of 1200 Caterium ore a minute. And I'm just trying to make a machine that, using the leached ingot recipe I set up, can make, in theory, use all of it. Now currently we're just importing sulfur as much as we can before we turn it on. That's why I have a row of these storage containers, because I have one like maxed out normal node and one single drone bringing the sulfur in, and that thing can produce 600 a minute, and this thing will need 666.666 a minute. So you had to improvise a bit. It's slowly building up. I mean, it's not like anything will actually consume that much Caterium ingots either. I just wanted to try to make something that could, in theory, use all that. And I'm also exploring building with the, like, frame pieces. And they look pretty heckin' cool. I'm very much enjoying it. The industrial vibe of it all. And I like using catwalks to keep things sort of semi-logical-ish. Looking good, thank you. Going to do a little lurk, need to stretch and feed the cats. If I miss, you have a good rest of the stream. Hey, no worries, thank you again for the raid, Lazy Blueberry Panda. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you, and do take care of yourself. Yeah, streaming can take care a lot out of you. As I say, you have to take the after stream self-care, or the ASS for short. Take care of yourself, and have a good one. And take it easy. And you said cats, you say? Well, give those kitties some little treaties and some scritches. Now we need 22 of these, which means 10 more of these at a minimum. A Zupen, please. I just love building these crazy factories. And again, because most likely we won't be needing, we can absolutely win the game without consuming this much Caterium. Well, this will then have a drone output, and because eventually, like I said, we need to bring the train in to bring the SAM. So then with the SAM input, we also can then have a train export, so we can just export massive amounts of Caterium if we want to. And like I said, and we're also going to make the fixed site here on site. Hey there, Iron Master 987. What up? Oh, a Caterium factory is slowly coming together. Here we're making the acid. And here we're going to make the ingots. Then a part of those ingots is going to go through a machine to make the fixed site. Currently in a save in a weird stage. Ooh. Well, we just recently got into phase 5. So sort of getting there. I know I need fixed site for a lot of stuff. I quickly made a little setup where we just have one pure coal node, and its output is going through a particle accelerator, and that guy is turning all that stuff into diamonds, and all the diamonds into time crystals. So that thing's been passively running in the past for a while now. I'm in phase 4. I have every supply automated except the phase 4 stuff. I do aluminum, but I need to automate more. It's just complicated. Yeah, that's how it goes. One project at a time is how you should be doing it. Not the way I do, where I just keep on getting distracted from idea to idea. And we do that. Here. Oh, we should probably... The leached Caterium ingot. Now, it'll be fine. We can almost just push it out further to the ocean. Zelda. There we go. It'd be nice to get the supplies for Mark III miners automated, since you can't handcraft some of them apparently. That is very true, but that's also is handy because a lot of the automated production will end up with surplus. You know, sometimes something makes more than it needs to. So I usually have at the output of some of the machines, I have a smart splitter, which then grabs all the excess and just puts it into a separate storage, which is then linked to a dimensional storage. Now this is just your kind of handcrafted system here. And you say you can't make everything for the Mark III miner by hand. Is that true? Oh, yeah. Yeah. The fused box requires... You make that one with acid. That's very true. Cooling systems can't be handcrafted, and fused metal frames. Yeah, they both need a gas input. That is very true. Nitrogen, not acid. Exactly. Nitrogen, the gas. But yeah, a non-solid input, yeah, so you can't make those by hand. Both of those are needed for project pieces, so I have a large factory making the project pieces, and those are then sending the surplus of those two pieces, like I said, into a separate storage. And every now and then, if I need to, I'll just go there and like turn off the main output, or just remove the belt, and then everything goes into the surplus instead. And I try not to have only a dimensional depot. You try to combine it with an actual storage container, because once this thing is full, you know, and then start using it, then you go through them quickly. So I want to have the backup of an actual storage as well. Like here we get making these freaking trigons. Yeah, just doing this shit by hand for now. This stuff, sorry. Doing this by hand for now because... When did I change my pack? Alright. There. Now we want then 11 of these. I mean, well, 22 in total, but... There'll be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 for that 22. I'll just start to prepare to expand my power plant. Primary issue is that the new fuel is burnt at a really weird rate, so I'm not sure how many generators I can hook up per pipe. Which fuel are you talking about? Like turbo fuel? The rocket fuel. Ah. I have a vague memory of someone claiming you can almost get like 24 of those per refinery. I haven't started making the rocket fuel yet. And I could unlock the ionized fuel, so I think we'll try to do that one. But my next power thing, because this thing will also then eat more power than I'm making like at all. I was not counting, I'm just building stuff now. Alright. See here. That's 12. That's 24. We needed 23 or 22.22. How many to hook up per blender? We're at 4.17 a minute at 100%. Let's see here. And assuming you're doing the basic one, so you're making 100 units per minute, and you're burning 4.17 a minute. Oh yes, well that should be relatively straightforward. Do 100 divided by 4.17, so 23.9 is the answer. So that rounds up to 24. One blender can do 24 ones. And it'll round up because it's at 0.98. So it's close enough that the ticks probably won't really matter. So I'd say 24. Because you know how much you burn per minute, like I said, 4.17. And I'm wanting to do nuclear, but I do also want the power headroom to actually expand. Yeah, I'm not producing anywhere near enough power for this. And I need the nuclear for the stuff anyway, so that's why I'm not thinking like, well, the next power plant will be the nuclear. When this goes online, it'll probably crash my power grid. And that's okay. Because then I'll just cut it off for a while. 4.17 at base 100% rate? Yeah. Expanding so I can expand to progress and make the nuclear. Yeah, nuclear will be the big project after this one. Because this just makes so I can get the nukes, the trigons happening, and I'm also making the time crystals already. Slowly building up a storage so I can use the Mark 6 conveyor belts. So this would be like up on shelf. So then we look at I like having these offset so that the belts go straight, because the pipes are more forgiving about weird corners, as we saw there. Whereas belts can be a bit tricky, so I prefer to have them with a small offset for that. And yeah, for this, especially for like going out, and I like doing the manifold type of thing because I don't need the input to be balanced, because Satisfactory has infinite resources. So they'll eventually become saturated and work at full speed and full power. They'll all eventually get there. What? Bugger. Automatable things, fused frames, supercomputers, turbo motors would be nice to have. I've got an idea to where I want to put my primary nuclear plant, so that's good. Well, that's a good plan. It's always good to, know what you're sort of aiming for. Yeah, I was thinking I'd probably put the nuclear up here. Or because there's an uranium node around there, I think, so. And because I already have the road and train line going through here, so exporting the fixed site and stuff could be easy, and then, linking it to my actual power grid. Because I'm trying to do it all via the road systems that I built. Unfortunately, I have 0 logistics. Ooh. Yeah, my logistics is built on roads. So I started with trucks, and there's trains going through there as well. And now I'm also starting to expand into using drones. Currently, the only thing doing is we're just importing from over there some sulfur here to make acid. This thing's gonna bring in batteries. Once I just build a drone port over there that actually sends out batteries. And that guy is going to be exporting the fixed site ingots once they're done. And this one is exporting the Caterium ingots. So this guy is currently exporting Caterium ingots. So then its job will be taken over by that one. I just don't know how to train. All of my plants are built with the Rocky Desert because every single plant I built has been using one area. Randomized nodes, so I've not had to leave much. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, I'm doing like just vanilla everything. One had like normal, no randomized nodes, nothing. Because it's been a few years since I played, so it's not like I memorized the map. But having a fun time here. Losing myself in doing like just artistic design and so on. I try to make things sort of look like they could carry the weight of things and so on. So if we then look at here, we're doing 1. I should make a blueprint for these. Nah, maybe I will. But yeah, I think making a rocket fuel setup, so like a single refinery and it's 24 power setups, that's a big boost already. If I can make that one myself, well, I probably should. Because it's a very big chance that the nuclear might have to wait until we make more power. But we'll see. Like 1 sulfur node though, so if I wanted to use more, I'd have to either upgrade miner feeding my current turbo fuel plant or tap a new deposit. Ah. My experience is you always need more. There's no such thing as enough. One node will never carry you. But if you phase 4, I do believe you should be having access to drones as well. So that makes expanding a lot easier. And I wonder if random nodes are random or they are shuffled. Because if random can play with Malak, I'm pretty sure that they have to be shuffled. Yeah, there has to be a certain ratio of everything. They can't be fully random because then you might end up with like no coal and then you can't. The game is just you just soft lock. It's yeah. So I'm pretty sure there's a certain ratio of everything then will be on the map, and where they are will be shuffled because you can then choose to have their like outputs also be like set, because I'm pretty sure because normally there's an X amount of normal nodes, an X amount of impure nodes, and an X amount of pure nodes, and so on. But you can then set up to make everything be pure, everything be normal, and so on, or everything impure and just hate yourself. But that's okay if you're into that. Randomizes what the nodes are in a location, so there can be uranium where there shouldn't be. It might be oil, or it might be deuterium. And with Kitchen, they can be only uranium and no oil. No, there's a set amount of deposit. All you can do is randomize what the odds are.
Son off 10, Valgo, son off 10 TP.
Now, use automated, which I do not have. No, they don't have to be automated. You only need enough. They only need to be automated if you make like 58 million drones. Like I made my first drones, I just made them by hand. The computers, the RCUs. Because yeah, and you only need enough for two ports of one drone. That's the minimum you need. And that's what, 21. That's the minimum amount of RCUs you need. And Game Potato, 100% correct. It is... Okay, yeah. I have been on for 8 hours, but I also end up starting a bit late. Right. I also, because they need fuel, don't even know what I do with them. Or to have a clue of how much they can even transport. Well, if you look at this one here, it has a maximum transfer rate currently of 3.78 stacks per minute. The fuel I give them is just batteries. But I do believe they can also use turbo. No, okay, this says no on no for that one. Oh, we'll click here. They can use batteries, packaged fuel, packaged turbo fuel, packaged rocket fuel, iron fuel, uranium fuel rod, and plutonium fuel rods are their possible fuel sources. Only one station needs to have the fuels, just like with truck stations, to feed them. And they can have a list of ingoing and outgoing things. Unlike, say, trains and trucks, which have like one single inventory kind of thing. So one drone can both import and export. This is all set to be clippy nonsense. Like, wait a minute, no wonder that thing suddenly worked when it shouldn't have. There. Clippy in that way. And the doggos will get to go out soon. We just need to do one small little setup here. So your output goes there. Everyone gets the ore. Acid. Okay, this thing's output is then connected to this end, and the other way side we're gonna turn its out the pipe logic around, so it actually comes back here, then goes here, then goes down and around and into here, because the total output is more than one Mark II can handle, which is also more than these guys need. And that way, because they're entering the same pipeline from both ends, so they're equalized in the middle pretty much. And they'll have all of these running, making insane amounts of Kateria ingots. And this is very much overkill. But at least I won't have to worry about Caterium and ingots anymore. I mean, not that I've had to with this system running for the most part. But we're gonna want more in use, and I'm gonna want part of that to be the fixed site ingots. Is they, well, wait, what are they actually used for? Having a quick little look-see here. The fixed site ingot is used in making the trigon, and the trigon, yeah, is used in multiple things, including then the belts themselves, the conveyors. So the neural quantum processor is all of those unexcited photonic matter. Outputs dark matter residue. We'd have to then deal with that stuff. Used in the Fixonium fuel rods and the biochemical sculptor. Dark matter is used in with diamonds to make dark matter crystals. Plutonium waste, singularity cell, that stuff to make a Fixonium. Okay. So that means some of our dark matter recipes will have to be done near... No, we can then turn SAM directly into dark matter residue. Well, that's handy, because then that'll happen next... Relatively close to the... With the one planning to have the nukes is also the pure SAM site. So that's okay. A lot of the other ones will have a very annoying sort of back and forth flow, but we'll just deal with it. I guess if there's excess, we can always... We can hope to unlock this one, the dark matter as crystallization, because then we just turn them into these crystals, which I'm pretty sure we can always... Power usage. Oh, per thing? Oh. Well, that's a form of math I probably should have checked out at some point. On this way, yeah, then if we can get this one, then any excess dark matter can be turned into those and sent in the sink. So that is most definitely a recipe to aim for. Wonderful. Other than that, this guy is here just making them the ingots, then turning them into the trigons. Now, the only thing the ingots will be used for, apparently, as we saw, is being turned into the trigons. But you'll also notice that one ingot turns into 3 trigons. So that is why we're exporting the ingot, not the trigon. This thing is just filling up my magical prison pocket so I can build mucho belts. So I guess we'll have to then finish our Caterium and fixed site production next time. And I'm pretty sure the next time will be tomorrow. The problem is, I am a little overtime. Even though I haven't done my usual 8 hours, but yeah, sorry. I had to go to a doctor's appointment thingy in the morning, so started a little late. Okay, so we're gonna return to this one tomorrow. All we really need to do is hook these things up and watch our power implode, because if we look at this one, we'll see that our maximum consumption is 28,000, our capacity is at 11,000. Capacity keeps on going down somehow. I'm not entirely certain what's happening, but that's okay. Oh, right, I think it might be the bio reactors running out of fuel and stuff. But our batteries are maxed out, because the consumption has hit 0. Oh, right, this guy has run out of RCUs, because this production is just hand-fed spaghetti. We don't worry about it. But this is why we need the nuclear facilities. That's gonna be grand. And when this thing goes online, yeah. Well, as long as we don't feed into the existing particle generator system, it'll be fine for a bit. And we're already almost like over halfway there. So we just, I don't know, throw some RCUs at it and it'll eventually get that phase 5 bit done. Because we needed to build the pasta things anyway for another production, didn't we? Or am I Am I confused? What's that? Oh. Us. Yeah, okay. We need to make these anyway for the singularity cells, which we need for a lot of stuff. So we're going to need a more dedicated, like, serious nuclear pasta producer. So that's fine. Our concrete production, which is right next to us, also needs to ramp the heck up. But these here oil fields of Caterium, well, they're getting there, slowly but surely. And we'll get there more, like I said, tomorrow, because I need to go. I need to go walk my dogs. I need to go get some food. There we go. Game is saved. We go out and find the desk of stuff. Right. Also, because I need the fuel, don't even know what I do with them, nor do I have a clue how much they can even transport. Oh yeah. The drones they're handy because they just keep on going, and they aren't that like hungry for fuel. Then we change the scene to the end of streams, and we find the song. You all know it. You'll love it. It is the song of drink and industry. Hey there, Pythos. I will want you as well, my friend. Hope you're doing well. And I have to have a look-see here and see who is out and who is about and where, my friend. Where do we raid? So we'll first see if... And... yeah, sure. Why not? We're going to raid y'all into someone else playing Satisfactory right now. And it is, of course, the ever delightful and wonderful Ilana Orama. Great to be ready here before. Only just woke up. Well, I'm glad you caught me in time. And I'm glad to hear from you. Hope you have a wonderful day, friend. Thanks for streaming. Well, thank you for hanging out, Tube Games. Thank you, Carpathite. Thank you, Ion Master 987, Sankira, and everyone else here on the Twitch side. Thank you, No Hypocrisy, Iron Gaming, Ian Gamer, and Jamin over the YouTube side, and everyone else as well, of course. All the chatters and all the lurkers. Let's do it proper. So thank you to all the chatters, all the lurkers, and all those who just wandered on in. Hope you had a good time. I had, as always, a wonderful time with all of you, and I hope all of you have a wonderful day. So, like I said, we'll be returning tomorrow to finish this final project, and then move on towards, hopefully, maybe, finally, tackling that nuclear problem. This way, we desperately need more power. We'll find out next time. Until then, my friends, I hope you all have a wonderful time, a wonderful day, and I'll see you around. Stay awesome. Ta-ta.